from terrible like discussions, and it's like, dude, if you just shy away from this discussion and you can't like get pointed out what you don't know, like a lot of people just don't know what they don't know. If you
That's
don't have
true.
that pointed out to you, then you just like assume you know, and you're either wrong. Well, I mean, I think a lot of stuff isn't wrong. It's just like a different opinion, but.
Well, I do think that there's some things like people like to debate points that are like objectively wrong. It just depends on what you're talking about. Some things we have very clear, like right and wrongs. It's really funny because like a lot of times I see people like, 1 minute. I see a lot of people bring up statistics that are just like very painfully, obviously made up statistics. Yes.
Wait, sorry to bother you while you're talking. Mom. Well, I want to remind you because you told me you ordered them. You need to order those Kleenexes.
I did.
You didn't. They're still in the cart.
I
in the
did.
Amazon
Okay.
Cart. Also, you can order the shelf.
Okay, it's both. It's in the it's in the cart and it's been ordered.
Oh, okay. Then
I clicked it twice.
Oh,
Okay.
My bad. Sorry.
No, you're good.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to saying debating objectively wrong
Also,
statistics.
last
More
thing,
so like
thanks for
people
getting
could
the keyboard
argue
cleaner.
pro murder, and that's fine if that's your belief. It's fucking like I would be like, that's dumb. Like, human life matters. But for somebody who doesn't think human life matters, then they could probably have points to argue about why murder is like not wrong. But
I wouldn't say
like,
that a murder is objectively wrong. I would say the murder is subjectively wrong.
right, exactly. It's more of like a morals thing, but that's kind of what I meant. Like, a lot of people have views where people are like, "You're wrong," and it's like, well, am I wrong? Like, I just think differently than you. But there are things that are obviously objectively wrong in terms of like the stats don't back up whatever points they had. But
Yeah, that would be a really good point. I wonder what's going on here. It seems like we're not. It says the stream's good. Huh, 1 sec. Let me check what's going on here. We have like zero motion at all on the... Fuck. We have zero motion at all on the
video.
Yeah.
The video. Did you do you like put these on? Do you like only stream these live for like your Twitch followers and stuff, or do you like put them on like a YouTube channel, or how does that work?
So yeah, I'm also streaming to YouTube as well.
Gotcha.
So I'm streaming to YouTube, to Facebook, and to, like, not on my regular Facebook, but I have a page for this, and to Twitch at the same time. Huh, everything says that it's good, but we're not getting any, maybe it's just, like, how Discord is. Maybe it's just harder to stream, like, live video.
Have you when you usually stream, is it usually just audio?
Oh, you know what? Let me try this. Let me keep you up and take me off of here and see if that goes. So no, it's usually me and then my screen, but let's see. I wonder if that's any better. Oh, wait, I know what the problem is.
What's the problem?
It's my HDR fucks everything up. So if I have HDR on, everything gets fucked up. Yep, we're all set. I can put my video back up here and we will be good. There we go. Okay, so just so you know, I'll only use your first name. I won't use your last name or anything like that, or any way of doxing you at all. Just in case you give a take that you don't want to be beholden to, you know.
Everybody just 100%.
So you were talking about well, actually, we can go back to what you were just saying. So like, usually if somebody says something like murder is wrong or murder is good, like, I just basically want to see if they're consistent, right? So
Right.
like, I would say, like, why is murder wrong? Like, well, I don't think that life has any value at all, and I think that, like, if somebody makes you upset, you have every right to murder them. Like, okay, I can live with that. At least you're like at least you're consistent in your argument. Like, I think that you're wrong, but like, I obviously can't say that you're objectively wrong. I just want to make it's more important to me that if you're making an argument that I think is really fucking stupid, that you're consistent all the way through and that your argument logically follows. Like, and then I can understand where you're coming from.
Right. No, I totally get that. And I mean, at that point, you cannot find any common ground with those people because it's like, well, this is just where we agree to disagree because that's stupid, you know?
Yeah, it's. I'm usually really patient. If I can't, I will agree to disagree with people like that, and then probably just stop. Like, or I'll just move on to another topic. Sometimes, like, I'll be on the Discord, like the intellectualist, and I remember there's this guy. He'd make an argument, and I'd be like, "Well, here's why that's wrong," and then I'd send him links and stuff, and he'd be like, "Well, he goes, "Well, those aren't good links. Like, those aren't good sources," and I'm like, "Well, then what kind of sources are good?" And then he'd just keep like going, and then they like even like one of the moderators, and they're like, "You can't do that." Like you can't, if he asks you for a source, like you have to provide it. Like he's providing sources and you're not. And eventually I was just like, look, man, we can talk about other stuff, but I can't talk about politics with you. I don't have any way to like move forward with any kind of conversation. Like you just reject like anything that I say and any of my sources. You're not providing any. Like I don't know where we can go from here. I'm sorry. We can talk about other stuff, but we can't talk about this anymore. That gets kind of frustrating. So.
I've never really experienced it, just until you, because I've never really watched any debates until you had pointed out Destiny the other day, and I was like, oh, let me go watch these things, and then, dude, the first one I watched was that,
so the no bullshit?
No bullshit. The guy was just like, dude, you're so fucking dumb, you're so fucking dumb. I was like, dude, this guy's literally asking you a question, and instead of answering, you're just calling him dumb. Like, you don't even tell him he's wrong, you're too dumb, man.
I genuinely felt like the little Xbox achievement thing opened up above my head for sitting through that whole thing. I was like, that was a fucking trek, dude.
Dude, I couldn't do it. And like, I don't want to say like that my opinion of like your thing was like bad, but I was like, dude, this is like the worst. I mean, obviously it's like in a saga of X, Y, and Z, but I was like, I cannot watch these Destiny videos if they're all going to be like this. But I had realized that it's only like it was that guy that was obviously being terrible.
Yeah, I mean he does debate a lot of people that are kind of stupid, but he also debates some people that are really really smart. I'm like kind of excited today because I saw that he has a video with Vosh, and him and Vosh agree with a lot of stuff, but Vosh is kind of Vosh is basically a communist, I'm pretty sure. So they split off pretty hard there, but Vosh is fairly reasonable. They have a lot of common ground, like myself and Destiny are sock dems. So there's some common ground between like communist philosophy and like social democrats, but like there's also some pretty wide berth of disagreement as well.
For sure. Now, when you were clarifying the other day, sock dem versus dem sock, what are your beliefs that are not like that are like distinctly different? So you like weren't trying to misrepresent yourself.
So like I think that a lot of times like a social democrat, it's like socialist ideas come first, and we're like democratic socialists. Like socialism comes first, whereas like soc dems very very much have like a lot of faith in the market, just kind of have like recognize the market has certain pitfalls or things that they just don't address very well, like healthcare. It seems to be like a really really bad area for markets. It just seems like they're not very very good at regulating wants and needs. So to some extent housing, the markets don't do super good job. They do a lot better in housing than like in other areas. And then like even to like mental health, to a certain extent, like it doesn't address very well like the super poor. Like the super poor just kind of get fucked like super hard. And so like these are the kinds of things that I think, whereas like a democratic socialist, I would say, is somebody who thinks that everybody, like we should take care of everybody equally, and I think that it should be more like not necessarily case by case, but I think like means tested is an okay way to do it. But it's basically just the idea here that we need to use our tax money a little bit better than we are. We need to be taxing for specific reasons. I think that policy is basically the best way to go to fix a lot of these issues. Policy and taxing.
I like how you say tax for specific reasons, because I feel like a lot of the times we just get taxed and then it goes into this fund And then all of a sudden they pull like trillions of dollars out of their ass to just like give people stimulus checks or like do whatever. It's like, dude, what was this doing around just like sitting there
Yeah,
when
we
we're
had
like
it the whole
trillions
time.
of dollars in debt to trying to what is going on? But yeah. So I mean, obviously, I'm not saying to give all that money to them, but I do think that there should be some sort of like cost adjusted. Like this is
Yeah,
how
this
much
seems
it's going to
bananas.
cost to do this, and therefore, like based on all of the net incomes of all these people, this is like the percent that needs to be taxed.
Yeah, and I really think like ideally, you could say like I'm a utopist. Like I'm really big advocate of like the Venus Project and stuff. And if we had some of these things, we probably wouldn't even need taxing anymore. So like I have like this really radical philosophy that like not too far down the road, like we could eliminate like a bunch of problems. Like the only thing that we kind of have to give up is like the idea of like personal property, but not so much in the way like a like traditional communist way. Like it would be like if you needed like let's say you wanted like a car or a video camera, you could just go to like the terminal that you would have in your house, and then it would just be there for you. Because not everybody needs a car all the time, right? You need a car when you need a car. So this would be a way like it's basically embracing technology to a point to where we could have all of our wants and needs met without having any real need for currency. Obviously, I don't think that this is something that we could do today or tomorrow, but I think that that's like the natural endpoint that we're gonna have to get to due to like scarcity and things like that.
So I hadn't actually read much at all into like the Venus project. I'm just trying to get a grip on it, but it seems like it's more like an advocate for like shared economy type stuff.
Yeah, very much so. And I think that the biggest thing that we need to do is let technology take the reins. And like even before I was aware of the Venus Project, it always seemed to me like democracy would be much better suited, like America, if we just had a supercomputer that was designed to interpret the Constitution. That seems like way better than the system that we have now, because like it seems like people want to interpret the Constitution however it's going to best suit like their own personal philosophy, and we don't. The Constitution doesn't seem to be super useful at this point in like America, because the Constitution basically means whatever the people in charge want it to mean.
I feel like it's the same thing for like for the patriots, it's the Constitution. For the Christians, it's the Bible, and like everyone's just interpreting things how they want it to be and not taking it at like some sort of literal or face value.
Sure. Well, for a long time in America, the Constitution was extremely literal.
Right, and now it's not.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think that that's why I used to just be like, hey, we should just have a supercomputer in charge. We should just hand the reins over like that, and we wouldn't have these issues. We could, anytime something would come up, it could weigh things out based on how the Constitution said. We could come to a logical conclusion about how we're supposed to interpret this, rather than a very like emotional or a very like twisted, like arm bent kind of perspective of what the Constitution might mean, given how I feel about this.
Sure.
And I'm really big on I don't like emotional arguments. And it's really ironic to me. Like I debate like a lot of right-leaning people, and it seems like the people that call people snowflakes make the most like radically emotional arguments I've ever heard in my entire life. I'm not saying it doesn't happen on the left, but I get the more hardcore emotional arguments from people on the right than I do people on the left when I debate them.
Yeah, I guess I don't have any experience with like I said, this is sort of my first relatively live debate, but I feel like even yesterday I feel like a lot of the people that I have on my friends list are either, I feel like I'm more of a centrist type person. Like if you filled out that quadrant personality test or whatever that was like floating around the internet like months ago, it would say that I was like technically very mildly right, and then very maybe a little bit less mildly whatever you call like the south quadrant, like libertarian
versus authoritarian.
Right. So I would say it was just like almost right there in the center, but like a little bit down and to the right. And I feel like yours was, if I can remember correctly, like pretty far down towards libertarian and like maybe moderately to the left.
Yeah.
But like I feel like everybody that I try to talk to is like not bad. Like for instance,
People are
like
really
I'm aware
extreme.
that you are more right or more left than me, and I have a lot more friends that are even farther left than you. But then I have other friends that are like extremely conservative, and so I always get like the snowflake shit from the like hardcore conservatives. But then I also get like that you're just like a conservative asshole, like from from the Democrats. So I'm just like I don't know what to say to you guys. Like I'm not in either of these things, but I guess that you call it what it is. I just like I told you the other day, I feel like I'm more socially left, but economically right for the most part.
Sure.
I mean, there's obviously different different views on different things. Like I feel like a lot of left people, for instance, are classically pro-choice or whatever, or pro gay or transgender and this stuff, and I am obviously inclusive in terms of being like pro whatever you want to be, but I'm also like again like more of an anti-abortionist. So there's like multiple. Um, I feel like I don't like fit a nice checkbox, and it's like tough for me, I guess, when I talk to people because they automatically assume I'm like on the opposite side of them,
Sure.
even though I have like some ideas that are with them, but some that are not.
So you're on the fence about a lot of stuff, right? You understand both sides?
Yeah, for the most part. Yep.
So you said you're anti-abortion. I might have some different arguments that maybe you haven't heard. So like I'm super duper pro-abortion. I don't care. So basically my basic philosophy is I don't care why you want it. I'm all for any amount of abortions anytime ever. And basically because I feel like once you start limiting what you can and can't do. Now I do have like a cutoff time. Like I don't agree with like 6-month abortions unless the mother's life is at risk. Like if you as a doctor said like, hey, ma'am, it seems like your pregnancy is complicated to the point to where if we don't terminate now, there's a pretty good likelihood that you won't survive giving birth. Would you be for or against that kind of abortion at like 6 months?
Would I be?
Yeah.
I mean, if it came to like a life decision, I feel like yeah, that would be like okay decision.
Yeah. Okay. So you wouldn't be like against saying like she shouldn't be able to save her own life by terminating the pregnancy.
No. No.
Okay. And so, so like a lot of the argument has to do with like when does life begin, and
Right. I feel like that's all, and there's like that is pretty much like where does life begin, or like where does exactly that's like the main core argument that people can't necessarily agree on.
sure. And I say like it doesn't matter to me. I don't really care where life begins. However, I do think that the idea that life begins at conception is like mind-numbingly stupid. I can't. So to me, I feel like we don't ever consider something to be alive if it doesn't have like a conscious experience. Like we might talk about it like it is, like trees and things like that. We can say that they're alive, but we don't treat them like we do something that we would say is alive, right? We don't give them any sort of rights or anything like that. It's because they don't have a conscious experience.
That's fair.
Because like I don't think anybody would debate that like plants have life, like it's fucking plant life, But we don't treat them this way. Just like I think to some extent, or even like I guess it gets a little bit more complicated when you talk about somebody who's like in a coma. We treat them as though they might have a conscious experience, so it seems like they have like some level of rights, but not like fully on board with like giving them all the rights. Because like some people are like, yeah, let's pull the plug, and these same people like might have like other beliefs that would be like really strongly associated with life. So it really comes down to like how we morally feel about life. So like to me, I don't know when life begins, right? I can't say that I know for sure. I very strongly think that it doesn't happen at conception. But to me, if I don't know, I can't possibly have all this information. I have to err on the side of the rights of the person that I know is alive and know does have a conscious experience.
Which I feel like that's like one of the more consistent arguments that you could mention, because I feel like you're at least like, I don't know. Because the only consistent argument you can make is that it's at conception. And if you don't agree that's at conception, then you either have to say that it is somewhere and be wrong, or you have to say, I don't know and then say, I don't really care what you did. But then at that point, like you said, other people could be like, well, what about people who, were alive but are no longer having a conscious experience? Can you just kill those people? Or like,
So I think the problem is we don't know if they're actually having a conscious experience, right?
I mean, you don't. I guess you wouldn't. I mean, I guess you know that like a single cell or like a double cell is not having a conscious experience, but
Sure.
like a 6-week-old fetus is having a conscious experience based
Sure.
on like
Sure.
neural networks, right?
Sure. But then at the same time too, like it wouldn't be able to survive without being a part of the mother, but the mother could survive without being a part of the child. So like, are you familiar with the violinist thought experiment?
No.
Okay, so you wake up in a room and you notice that on your side there's a bunch of equipment going from your body to another person. You come to the realization that this other person is a violinist. He says, yeah, sorry that they kidnapped you, but I needed another person's body functions to keep me alive. And so they've hooked me up to you. If you take off those machines, I'm going to die. So then it would be like, am I morally obligated to stay connected to this person for them to stay alive? Or is it just like, I didn't necessarily agree to this, so like, fuck this, I should just be able to take off the machines and go ahead and live my life. They're not my responsibility.
Right. And I guess you could sort of compare that. The only problem is like they didn't choose to be hooked up to that person. You know what I mean?
Sure. But at the same time too, you're always going to run into situations where like women didn't choose to get impregnated. You're going to run into situations whether it's through like birth control. When I feel like when you're doing something that's 99% effective, like we're really outside of the realm of like I consent to this thing happening, right?
Right.
Because like I couldn't think of any other scenario where you have a 99% guarantee that everything's going to be okay. And then, like, somebody be like, well, you knew there was a chance. Like, fuck off. A 1% chance? Get the fuck out of here. Like, I'm not...
I mean,
you can't pin me down on a 1% chance in, like, any other situation.
Man, I pin people down on, like, 1% chances all the time in medicine, dude. Like, oh, it's not a... it's only a 1% chance you're going to have an anaphylactic reaction to this drug. And then they do. Or, like, there's only a 5% chance you're going to die with this surgery, and then they do. I mean, they take the odds, but that's just kind of is what it is. You got to accept the consequences.
Yeah, but don't you, like, always go with the greater odds, though? Like, when it's, like, literally to the point of 99%?
True, you do.
And this is more about, like, being held to, like, this, like, potential responsibility that's going to result from a 1%. Like, you're not, like, a doctor's not going to get blamed for doing a surgery that has a 99% success rate, right?
Right.
If they didn't do anything wrong. So, like, if you're on birth control and, like, you take antibiotics and then the birth control fails, like, now I feel like it's kind of your fault, right? Whereas, like, if you were taking it right every single day, everything went good, and then by some, like, strange coincidence, you just happened to get pregnant, I don't feel like this person was consenting to the possibility of getting pregnant.
I guess you could say that, but I feel like by having intercourse, you are consenting to. I mean, in a way, those are the two separate arguments where we're probably not going to agree. Is that you would say, well, I mean, obviously humans have sex for pleasure. It is what it is.
Yeah.
But you could argue that having sex is sort of consenting to that. Obviously, there are going to be like, rape scenarios and all of that kind of stuff. And I never even talk about those. And I think a lot of leftists try to use that as an argument. And I'm not saying you would or would not, because your argument was much different. But I feel like a lot of people are like, well, what about the rapes and what about this? And it's like, well, that's like 0.001% of what we're talking about. So it's like not the greatest argument.
But it is important to keep that window open for those scenarios.
No, and I agree. And I feel like if that's provable, which I think is difficult to do, then I think that you could certainly argue that would be like a stipulation you could add into a pro-abortion category.
Yeah, so and that's the thing too. I feel like it's really hard to draw a line. We're saying like it's only okay in these certain situations. I feel like we're gonna end up getting people that have really viable reasons that like pretty much everybody agrees with, like things like rape, or like medically necessary for the survival rate of the mother. And if you start taking away more, like we're gonna get people who are gonna die in childbirth when they didn't want to, when they knew the odds were high and they didn't want to because of like laws becoming really constrictive, where like there's like this high burden of proof and things like that. So like I always, like when it comes to situations where I have imperfect information, I'm always going to err on the side of more freedom for the person that I know has rights. And that's where it comes down to, is like I know that I don't know everything. I'm not like a perfect machine that can have all the necessary information. So I'm always really sketchy about trying to take away the rights of somebody without having like extremely good information.
Right, and I get that, but I still don't. I mean, I don't think that would sway my opinion, but I can understand why somebody such as yourself would have that opinion, and there's no like lack of consistencies in that argument if that's what your beliefs are.
But you also have like you have like religious motivation too, right?
No,
You're not. Are you Christian?
technically yes, but I'm not like active practicing. Like if I had to say, do I believe in God? Yes. Do I like try to live but in like a moral way that is similar to what a Christian should? Yes. I used to go to church like every week until I was 18 years old, and or 16, and I got a job, and then I pretty much stopped going for the most part. But in general, I would not say that it's much of a religious motivation as much as it is like a moral life importance type of thing.
So just to clarify, when I say Christian, the only qualifying factor here is that you believe in God and that you believe is Jesus Christ is the Son of God and that He is your Savior. That's the only, like that's by definition what a Christian is. That's what Christian means to me.
Yeah, so I suppose I'd probably say yes.
Okay, fair enough. Now, do you think it's possible to like? I see you have a lot of church going through your life, so it seems like it'd be impossible to divorce your moral philosophy from that. Because like I actually wrote a paper when I was like, I think I was like 16 or something, about how when you have a really religious person, you can't like everything is on the building blocks. Like your foundational level of like ideology and moral philosophy is built upon the fact that like at some level God intended for things to be the way that they are, so you can't pull these foundational blocks out without the whole system coming down.
Yeah, I guess you could say that, but I guess I wouldn't say that I was traditional, and it's kind of an interesting backstory because both of my parents actually met at a Christian college, funnily enough, and then my dad is gay, which at the time obviously wasn't wasn't a thing when I came to be.
Sure.
And so like my parents divorced at age 5 or 6, and I
Sure.
moved from Virginia to Ohio to live with my grandparents, and that's when I started really going to church more so. I mean, I guess I went to church before, but I was too young to know. But then I also had like these counter things, like my dad is like pro this, my dad is pro this, like this is what the church says, this is like how I separate those beliefs. And so I wouldn't say I'm necessarily like a traditional churchgoer either, even though you're right, like the initial morals, the 10 commandments, the yada yada yada, that's initially what spurs like the rights and wrongs of like the Christian being when you're young. Don't kill, don't steal, don't do whatever. But like but I feel like as you grow, I did sort of divorce those arguments because not everything that the church said I thought was true. Or,
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Not to go too hard on the religion thing, but are you familiar with like the foundational roots of Christianity, like as a whole? And I'm not talking about like just regular pagan stuff.
In terms of what?
So the entire Christian religion is based off of two separate things, which do actually kind of intertwine too. So Christianity and Judaism are both based off of one, astrology, and two, the Egyptian religion. And I always thought it was super interesting too that the Egyptians are the very first people that are like chastised for being heretics in the Bible, when the entire religion is pulled straight from that. Like the story of Jesus is the story of Horus, which is the son of God. He was born of a virgin by Isis Mary. And he began his ministry at the age of 12, or he started teaching at the age of 12. He was baptized. Like everything meaningful that Jesus ever did, Horus did first. And so like the 12, it's like the...
He did it first. He was the OG Jesus.
he was the OG Jesus, and that's why there's like a ton of gods from the Mediterranean that share like a lot of these traits. Like Horus had everything. He was known as the Alpha, the Omega, the Son of God, and Jesus is an allegory for the sun. That's why he has 12 disciples. The sun travels through the 12 constellations. And then Joseph was a prototype for Jesus. He also had 12 disciples. That's why like the crown of thorns are sun rays. The reason why Jesus was crucified on the cross and dead for 3 days, the sun on December 21st, the winter solstice, the sun is in the lowest part of the sky, and it sits in what's called the constellation called the Southern Crux, which is literally a cross. So the sun goes onto the cross, is dead for 3 days. So from December 22nd, 23rd, and 24th, the sun is dead on the cross. And then on December 25th is the first time the sun moves up 1 degree, and the ancients knew this, and it was born again up in heaven for all eyes to see. So that's like the story of the crucifixion comes from like the sun's movement through the Southern Crux constellation. And I know a lot of people don't know this. And then like the feeding of the fish and stuff. This is Pisces. That's why you have Jesus fish.
I have heard that.
So like all these things had come from that, and I don't discount. So like kind of like the Jordan Peterson argument. I do think that that like these stories do have some value. To society. I think that like especially in the past when people didn't really have any like strong systems, we didn't have like we certainly didn't have the kind of communication that we did, that these were good motivational stories to help people kind of like stay on track, make sure they went to work, make sure they were productive, made sure that they had lots of babies, back in a time when like we really needed these things to happen, right? So there was like a point in human history where there was only like 400 people, 400 human beings. So like I think like these things were really, really beneficial at the time, and especially when you had low populations, it makes sense to be anti-gay. If people were gay back then, and that means they're not going to have babies, right? And like what if like they caught on really good and a whole bunch of people ended up being gay, they stopped having babies? This might actually pose a threat to like the successful succession of like human lineage. So these sort of things make sense in that framing to me, and it just seems like if we understand where the origins of these things came from, like if we have like logical explanations for like why all these things were the way that they were, it seems like it's a lot easier to not try to make these things fit into modern day of life. So that's kind of where I go from all that. I actually got a lot of this from a movie called Zeitgeist. It's free online. The whole first hour of it is focused on religion and like the origins of it. And I had a buddy who spent probably a better part of 2 years just trying to debunk this whole movie, and it has a fully extensive bibliography with it too. And he was really, it gets a little conspiratorial and stuff. It talks about 9/11 really in depth, which is probably like the largest conspiracy that I like pretty well subscribe to. So just to be clear too, I hate like modern conspiracy theorists. I'm like in a conspiracy theory group page on Facebook, and I hate them so fucking much because there's a lot of shady things that people in power do behind closed doors. But people today make people like me look like fucking retards. They don't do any research. They hear any crazy shit and then they spit it out. Like I just seen a woman today said on that page, she said like, we know that 70% of conspiracies are provable and true. And I was like, what does that even mean? You just made that up.
How could you prove they wouldn't be conspiracies if you could prove they were true? Like
with all the batshit crazy coronavirus stuff that's come out with conspiracy theories, I keep saying to people like, if I say a conspiracy is crazy, like you gotta take that with that has a lot of weight. Like in the mid 2000s, I was like the conspiracy guy. I was the Dale Gribble that everybody knew. But like I could sit there and break down. Like I could give you facts. I could give you data. We could draw really clear, consistent lines. And it's not the same as what we have today, where it's just people spewing random bullshit. Like with the 5G thing, I have a buddy who's like so hyped up on the 5G thing. I'm like, all right, give me something. Give me some reason why you think this. And he gave me this PDF. And it was really crazy because in the PDF at the bottom, it said it came from some government agency, but it doesn't. Like the source on the bottom of it has a website. You go to the website and they sell the fucking solution to you. Like these anti-radiation things. I'm like, come on, man. Like you can't, like there's nothing in here. Not only does nothing in here justify the claim at all, but then it also turns around and states that like we're selling the cure for it. Like, how am I supposed to believe this? Why do you believe this?
Probably didn't click the link.
It doesn't matter to him. He also believes in astrology, though. I actually put a post out on Facebook the other day. Just anybody?
Like, who believes in astrology? Tell me what.
I want to know the mechanics.
Yeah, exactly.
I just want to know, how does it work? Are we just saying like it's magic, or is there like some sort of like I'm looking for somebody. Yeah, I'm looking for somebody to say, well, actually, like when Mercury is in this position, the gravitational force and electromagnetic charges of it, influence the Earth in this way. I'll listen to that. I'll be all ears. I will try to analyze it, and I'll try to see if this makes any sort of logical sense. But nobody's saying that shit. It drives me really crazy when people make bad arguments and they don't have the best bad argument. Like flat earthers. Flat earthers can't explain gravity, right? They never do. But if you say the Earth is flat, right, and it's moving, as far as like from our perspective, it's moving up like this, that would simulate gravity. They've never ever said that. Never. I've never heard a single flat earther say that the disk is moving upwards at a consistent rate, which would simulate gravity. Why don't they say that?
Some people are like, dude, gravity's just not a thing.
It's demonstratable.
And they're just like, okay, I just dropped this pencil. Like, explain to me exactly what's going on here. Yeah, nothing about the rotation of the Earth. Nothing about. I mean, some people do. The people who are the most intense do. Actually, the people who are the most intense about it don't know anything about it, and that's the problem. But yeah, flat earthers know.
Yeah, there's like all of it, all these like new, like almost like I could call them like new age conspiracy theorists. They're so fucking stupid. And like on the conspiracy theory page, people get really uppity with me, like, oh, like how do you justify this claim? Like, do you have any evidence? Do you have any data to support this? Like, if what you're saying is true, I'd be really interested to hear. But like, you're not even giving me breadcrumbs here. Like I'm willing to hear you out, but you can't just give me your ideas. This page should be called like conspiracy hypothesis, because there's no theories to be had here. And then it was funny because when I asked for it too, somebody said that's why it's called a theory. I'm like, you don't know what theory means, bro. Like, come on. Theory requires data.
Exactly. But yeah, so we just kind of jumped from the initial like healthcare thing, sort of to abortion thing, to religion, to now we're talking about conspiracy theories. But I know you had specifically a couple times. Well, I mean, obviously, like the healthcare thing is one thing we could talk about.
Yeah, for
I know
sure.
you had talked about wanting to talk about COVID-19, and then today there's been some like crazy, all of the police race stuff going on recently is just like I'm getting like so charged up about that.
That's actually something I want to talk to you about too, because I see that's something that we could like really we could really go back and forth on. Which do you want to go with that one since you're charged up, or you want to talk about COVID?
I mean, I could do either one. I feel like we probably think pretty similarly about COVID, so I don't know how much. I mean, obviously there will be important dialogue, especially for people who don't believe it, to give them, some sort of, not necessarily don't believe it, but believe in like, deregulation and just doing whatever the fuck we want.
Sure.
I don't know how many people listen to this thing, if it's worth it to do that, or if it would just be better to talk about something that's debatable.
I mean, there's merits to both for sure, because I mean, even the people that don't watch it live, I still have it on YouTube and things like that, and I can share that around as well.
Right.
So I mean, what kind of time limit are you on, bud?
I got nothing. I mean, my neighbor was talking about like getting some drinks later or something, but I mean, I got like another at least 45 minutes or an hour before he even has people over at all. So
okay,
I got nothing.
All right, if you don't mind, I wouldn't mind asking you some questions about COVID, and then we can go into like police brutality.
Sure.
So, what do you think about hydroxychloroquine? Because I see so many people that just don't seem to understand like why this doesn't seem to be effective, or whether it is effective or not. Like, what's your take on, like, it seems like all the medical journals that are like medical studies that I've read seem to suggest that the harm outweighs the good, and we haven't even substantially proven that there is any like possible benefits as a preventative or as a treatment.
Right. And that's true. I don't believe in it at all, and I think that the initial study that came out was from Henry Ford, that talked about like the potential benefits, and it was a retrospective study. In other words, like they went back after the fact and were like, well, who was actually on hydroxychloroquine with COVID, and who potentially did better. And one, it was small sample size, so it wasn't necessarily like externally valid.
Sure.
But two, like a lot of these people were on weren't obviously purposely put on hydroxychloroquine for this purpose. Like they were on it for rheumatoid arthritis, or they were on it for like, whatever, lupus or whatever sort of rheumatic disease, and so it wasn't necessarily externally valid. And then all of the like multi-center, there weren't a ton of like prospective randomized controlled trials, so people were just sort of grasping at straws, like, well, they said maybe it works, let's just like throw it at people. And I mean, that's not like a bad position to take, when you first are trying to like figure out some sort of treatment for something that's like sweeping through nations and like killing hundreds of thousands of people.
Sure, they're saying, hey, there might be something here, let's look into it. And it's my understanding that when they looked into it, they just found there was nothing. And a lot of people like to cite, like, well, these people got better, but it seems like all the people that got better seem to fit in with like what we would expect to happen of just people getting better on their own.
Exactly, and that's a lot of it too. Like that lady that came out and was like, endorsed by Trump. That was,
the demon sperm lady
for believing in like the demon sperm. Exactly, that lady. She, she's obviously a doctor and had been treating these people, but she's talking about like, come to my clinic, and it's like, dude, the people who are showing up in clinic aren't the ones dying. The people who are dying are in the fucking hospital, like in an ICU bed. So like, yeah, sure, your population did great. None of your 300 some people died. That doesn't necessarily mean that hydroxychloroquine was the reason why they didn't. They probably weren't as sick as the people who needed to
how many other people, how many other 300 group sample size people has nobody dying in it as well?
Right, exactly. There might be a lot at a if we want to take the death rates of like 0.5% after it's been found out, whatever, like, I don't know, like if you take 0.5% of 300, that's like 1.5 people. You could easily, within the realms of error, have 0 of 300.
So this is actually something that's really big for me. This is something I argue about a lot. So the mortality rate of COVID, it's really confusing to me because I see a lot of numbers thrown around. But whenever I actually go and like direct source it, like if I look at like Worldometer, the number of confirmed cases, and then the number of deaths, it always seems like we're getting somewhere between 5 and 8% mortality rate. But people like to say like under 1%, 1.5%. Like in Michigan, the cases versus people that died seems to hover right around 6%. So where are we getting these like hyper low numbers? It's just really confusing to me.
Yeah, I think a lot of it is it's difficult because each country and each place has their own, like, one, they have their own health systems. Two, they have their own like treatments that they're using. Three, they only have a certain amount of resources. So at some point, for instance, like Italy got fucking slammed. Yeah. And they were just getting like cases on cases on cases, and their hospitals just couldn't house all of these people, and so they just were like, well, after, like, if you're above 70 years old, you're not getting anything. Like, sorry, you're kind of SOL. And so obviously, like, people that could have been saved were not, but there just wasn't enough resources to go around. I think that and also they weren't like testing a lot back then, and so they were only testing people who had symptoms and were sick, and so a lot of people who were presumably walking around asymptomatic that had it were not, were not obviously tested and probably had it. But I think.
So are we just guessing on this asymptomatic number and then throwing that into the equation as well to get like these hyper low numbers, or?
No, I think that in general, I guess I haven't been on like the World Trackers, like the what is COVID-19 Live site recently, but I know that like the cases were increasing, especially in young people. There's just like not. Let me see, total coronavirus.
Oh shit! Hold up. Fuck. I lost you.
No, it's Wi-Fi. Yeah.
Uh-oh.
You're good. Thanks for showing
Friends.
me Bella. I miss her. She's so cute. Your other doggies are cute too. Do they smell the chihuahua?
Fuck, where'd he go?
I love them.
Uh-oh.
Or just one.
This is not good.
They have so many dogs. I want 5 dogs.
Where'd you go, Ben? Shit.
Improving. Those
Sorry, I accidentally left the call. I tried to send you a message and I clicked the wrong thing.
You're good.
So I just sent you a link to that one, and then I also look at the Michigan one a lot. Sorry, could you backtrack like a minute? I'm so sorry.
Where are you? You're not on the thing anymore. Is there a?
Oh, video? Yeah, I gotta
Is
put that
everything-
back up.
Is everything going now?
Yep, I'm back on the video too.
Okay, so where was I saying when that happened?
You said that.
Or, like, what was the last thing that you were hearing?
Well, I know you said like the Italy thing. You said you haven't really looked at like the website, like the live data and stuff very much.
Oh, I was saying that like I hadn't been to the Worldometer's website in a while, so I just kind of went over here to see like what the stuff was, and you actually just sent me the link to it. But basically, the numbers here suggest that like basically 25 million. I don't think I have this right here. 25 million divided by 840,000 essentially.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I do
basically
a lot of the
about,
math
like, a
myself
3%.
too.
Yeah. And so it's basically 3%, and I feel like a lot of those deaths were initially like New York was getting fucking hammered, Italy was getting fucking hammered. Like a lot of these places were getting just like totally overwhelmed and couldn't keep up with it. And so I think initially those numbers were inflated, and they're starting to come down now to where I would say probably 1 to 2% is like a more realistic number. Obviously, like people who are younger have a lot lower rate, and people who are like 65, 70 with comorbidities could probably be somewhere like 10% or 15% or whatever. But I don't have like exact statistics
Sure.
for those numbers.
And then what do you think about too like Donald Trump required like the testing to not go through the CDC? This seems like
Dude,
it seems like
hated
a crazy political move to deliberately suppress information. I can't see any reason why that's not.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. And when my wife told me that, I like walked in from the door like at work, and she was like, "Did you see that Trump?" I don't even know if it was Trump exactly, but like basically the Congress or whoever took over the data from the CDC, and I just like my mouth dropped. I was like, "What kind of like stupid shit is this?"
He executive ordered it to all go through Washington D.C., all the new statistics, and not to go to the CDC.
Right, exactly. And so I thought that was kind of a shady move, and I assumed that as soon as that happened, that all of a sudden things were just going to get magically better. But, I don't know. In the hospital where I'm at, like I feel like on a daily basis, like in Wisconsin, it's not like necessarily hit too hard. Like we had Milwaukee got hit pretty hard, but Madison didn't, and so we have like a few cases here and there. Like in our ICU, we always have people, but it's not like overwhelming. Whereas in some places it was just like a shit show. So I haven't had like a ton of experience. I wasn't in the ICU when all this was going down. But I did, I was in the emergency department at our VA and stuff, and there were a ton of different like people who came in, and everybody was like having to wear the N95
Do you have to wear like
masks and all that shit. Like,
Do you have to
I
wear like
never
the
had
visor
that, but
too?
we had to wear face shields and stuff. I still do, yeah, but.
Good. Yeah, I'm really glad that you haven't gotten it either. Does anybody in your hospital come down with it?
Oh yeah, dude. Like, there's been a lot of people in the hospital who've got. I mean, not that I.
No, I mean staff, like
Yeah,
personnel.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Dude, when I was at the VA the one day, initially there was not a requirement to test everybody who was admitted to the hospital, and so it was basically like whoever is under investigation is going to get tested. And so we were just doing whatever. We would admit our patients, and then we had this one guy who had like really bad heart failure, and we didn't really know why. He had like a new heart attack basically, and so it just totally like wrecked his heart, and his like pump function was like 10 or 15%,
Oh my
and he was like requiring multiple medications to keep his blood pressure up enough to like perfuse his organs, basically.
Oh my
And
goodness.
and then all of a sudden, they were trying to evaluate him for heart transplant. There was no reason to suspect, like, this guy had no symptoms. He had no cough. He had no like shortness of breath. He did have shortness of breath because his fucking heart wasn't working.
Yeah, sure.
But so we had to get these pulmonary function tests basically to rule out that he didn't have pre-existing lung disease prior to transplant. But prior to doing this pulmonary function testing, they had to test him for COVID because it was an aerolizing procedure, and any procedure that required people to blow in, or any surgeries or anything like that, had to be tested for COVID, and he had tested positive. And I had been just seeing him on a regular basis for like 4 or 5 days straight, not like wearing the required PPE. I just had like a regular mask on with a face shield, which was good, but I wasn't wearing N95s. I wasn't wearing, gowns or gloves or any of that stuff. And so, like, as soon as they found that out, they started getting people tested. And so I had to go and get tested originally, which was a bitch, getting that thing shoved down your nose. I've actually been tested like 4 times at this point. But I was negative. But so many people tested positive from coming into contact with that guy that, like, they made me go get tested again afterwards to ensure that I wasn't just, like, incubating this thing for, like, 5 days prior.
Sure.
Because, whatever. Which I didn't, luckily. But yeah, there have definitely been people there, staff. None of the residents that I work with have been, but definitely like nursing and other people who were in contact with that guy for sure. But there's been multiples, and I think that sort of that contact sort of led to the VA and UW, the Wisconsin hospital, trying to make everybody get tested if they're going to be admitted. You don't necessarily have to be tested if you're in the emergency department, but if you were going to get admitted to the hospital, you have to be tested. And then they had a specific COVID service for anybody who tested positive.
Do you guys get like the little forehead scanning every day when you come in or anything?
We don't anymore. We did like for months. We had to always go in and we'd have to tell them like, yeah, I've been self-monitoring. No, I don't have any new symptoms. Then they was like, scan your thing. It was so annoying, dude. Because like, there were tons of people that were just like, yeah, no new symptoms. Yeah. Like self-monitoring. Definitely weren't taking it. Like,
sure.
There were days, like, I didn't take my temperature at home like twice a day every day. That's like ridiculous for people.
I take my temperature all the time.
Yeah. You're like 98.7, 20 minutes later. 98.9. Oh god.
Actually, I'm super averaging out at like 97 or 99 or 97.9 is like my general body temp. So sometimes when I get like I'll get like a 98. It's funny too. Like I've noticed like if I'm warm, like just like feeling warm, I'm almost always like 0.1 degree higher. I've monitored it to the point to where I can tell what my temperature is based on how warm I feel. It's been super bad. I have super bad anxiety, so like my paranoia kicked in the hard drive when this all happened. I actually, when it first happened, like I had bouts of like how would I put this? I was like non-functional when it first happened. I had to take like a half a milligram of Xanax just to like fucking be able to breathe right. I was like hyperventilating and stuff. Well, I have asthma and I'm overweight. And then I know that I had to have my mom move in with me, and she is over 50, and she has COPD and emphysema, so that's not good for her.
Yeah, she's pretty high risk. Mm-hmm. So makes sense why you'd be like, this is not good. Like if one of us catches it, like I don't know how I'm gonna fare, but like she probably won't fare too good.
Yeah. Like not only that too, like I'm not just afraid of like getting it and dying. Like I feel like my odds of dying aren't that great, but I've read a lot of reports about like persistent lung damage. Like when it first came out, I seen like 30% decreased lung function. Like I'm fucked, dude. If I lose 30%.
And I think that's the biggest part of this virus too, is that it's been like linked to heart disease, it's been linked to strokes, like nobody really knows like the long lasting effects, like, so it's hard to say, because everybody's like, well, you're not going to die. It's like, yeah, you might not die and you might actually get it and be fine, but we don't know. It's the same shit for like, I don't know, I know you do it, so I'm not gonna like harp on it. But like it's the same shit for vaping. Like obviously it's a better alternative to cigarettes, but like you don't know what's gonna happen 30 years from now with like those flavors and everything. Like it's hard to say. But like right now it doesn't look like it's super harmful unless you're like putting like fucking laced THC and shit in your coils. but yeah.
Actually, I don't even smoke weed anymore. I stopped smoking weed in December.
Nice.
And I smoked since like I was 17.
It's an accomplishment, dude. I mean, I feel like it's easy. I guess it's probably a little bit easier to quit marijuana than it is tobacco, but like,
Oh yeah,
still,
yeah.
still quite an accomplishment.
Well, it just sort of happened on its own. I just like stopped doing it more and more. Like it started off like I wouldn't smoke weed before I play League of Legends, because like there's so much to focus on, and I didn't want to like fuck up. Like I didn't want to be high and like fucking start feeding because I'm stupid. And I just started like going more and more off of that. Also, a lot of people talk to me about this too. I think when it like medical became the standard, it started giving me anxiety. Like I had to like really watch how much I smoked, otherwise I'd start like getting like short of breath. Like I'd get tingly in my extremities from like that anxiety breathing. So it just like that made it less appealing. And also my life's pretty dope now, so like I just don't need like I don't need this, like I like my job's really low impact, like I have a good life, I have a good wife, everything's pretty cool. So it seemed like I didn't need this like anxiety relief anymore, especially since like it has a high potential to give me anxiety.
Right. The borderline, like it can help you. It can help your anxiety, but it can also fucking make you paranoid and shit too. So
Yeah, dude.
I guess it's. I mean, probably. I mean, it saves you money too. So there's that.
Yeah, I mean my wife still smokes like a lot, but so I'm still sending out the same amount. But I used to smoke like every single day. I'd smoke like twice a day, just like a couple hits here and there, just enough. But and also too, it stopped being effective for pain. Like I have a degenerative continuum in my back, and I have scoliosis. So like, as far as pain goes, that shit fucking sucks. For the longest time, I thought it was all in my head, but then like smoking weed helped that a lot. Or at least I don't know if it really helped the pain or if it just made me not notice as much because my brain was elsewhere. But either way, like I was getting some sort of relief, and that stopped happening. So I just said, I guess I don't need it anymore, right? It wasn't so conscious that I realized one day I was like, I haven't smoked weed in like 5 days. It's like, I guess I just stopped smoking.
You ever thought about quitting vaping too, or that's just like an oral fixation thing for now? And
So in March, I told my boss, I said, as soon as we got our first case in Michigan, the day before we declared a state of emergency, I told my boss, hey, I'll be back when this is over. He's like, I understand. And I stopped smoking cigarettes, and I stopped vaping right then and there. And then about a month and a half ago, dude, I was having dreams about vaping and shit. And I would just be like, oh no, what am I doing? And I just came to the conclusion, like, I'm getting a lot of anxiety. Like, I was just, like, this has been really, really anxiety building for me. And I said, you know what? I'm going to start vaping again. Because, my mom still smokes. She's only allowed to smoke in her room because I have asthma and I don't want it. If I'm not smoking, I don't want it to be fucking up my lungs any more than it needs to. And since I started vaping again, my anxiety levels have gone down a whole bunch. So as far as, maybe I'll quit again after this ends. But I feel like the positives outweigh the negatives right now. It seems like counterintuitively, like my GERD isn't as bad anymore as it was. Because like it used to be after I would eat, I couldn't fucking breathe. I had like persistent sore throats from it just like splashing on my fucking throat all the time. It is so bad. Dude, is so bad. And then like I'd get super paranoid because like I'm getting short of breath and I have a sore throat, like, and like my anxiety. Yeah. And so like it was just like anxiety on top of anxiety, and now I'm vaping again, and like I'm not having that as bad. So just the stress relief of not having the sore throats. It does give me heavy lungs sometimes, but I just usually just need to change my coil. But I feel like the positives outweigh the negatives for me a lot. I'm basically looking at it like it's a tool to help me get through this, and then I'll reevaluate when this is over with.
yeah, that's fair. I mean, like I said, I don't ever encourage anybody to pick it up who doesn't smoke. But for somebody who was smoking before and kind of transitioned to that as a means to potentially quit one day or whatever, it's definitely much safer than the alternatives, I think.
Yeah, and I always think it's really weird when somebody says, like, well, that's worse for you, or that's just as bad. Like, there's no crude combustion happening here. I'm not putting tar in my lungs. Like the number of chemicals is less by the thousands. Like, you can't tell me it's just as... But, like, it's very hard to justify the stance. Now, I can't debate, like, we don't know what the long-term effects are. Sure. But if we're going on the data that we have, like, vaping is much better.
Yeah, then certainly nicotine and tobacco, 100%.
And I also read, too, that, like, nicotine in and of itself isn't really bad for you. It's kind of like coffee.
It's more of like an addictive, like chemical.
Yeah.
It's more so the carcinogens, but like the nicotine is obviously what keeps you.
Yeah,
Like,
coming back.
the carcinogen. You know?
Yeah, but like
So-
nicotine, like caffeine is addictive with the coffee. That's what I'm saying. Like it's sort of like there are some positive effects attributed to nicotine. It just has the downside of being very addictive.
Mhm.
It's a low grade stimulant, and I like stimulants have like a very long history of providing lots of positive effects. They're just also usually coupled with some pretty negative ones. Usually being heavily tied to the fact that if you're addicted, you're going to use it too much.
Yep.
Not that I'm advocating for stimulants.
Did you have more COVID and questions stuff too?
Let me think. Did you hear about that new one that's happening overseas that's supposed to be 10 times more infectious?
Mm-mm. I
Oh,
haven't
okay.
heard anything about
It's-
it. Is it just
it's-
like a mutated variant of COVID-19?
Yeah, COVID D, or is it 6?
SARS, SARS-CoV.
Yeah, it has like a 4-digit number associated with it. So I was just curious to. Oh, I do have a question for you. Actually, I have two more things about COVID. So one of them is, how is this not classified as airborne? Like this seems like as air, like obviously it's not like measles airborne, but like it seems to fit the bill of what I understand airborne to mean to like a pretty high degree.
It is. I mean, it technically is airborne.
Why are we so afraid to say that
Right.
it's airborne? Does that just make it more panicky?
I don't know. I guess I'm not really. We always call it airborne, so I'm not really sure like what the. I never knew that was like a controversy thing. I'm trying to look at right now to see.
Yeah, like I
COVID
never see it being
airborne.
described as airborne unless it's like I never see like medical professionals calling it airborne, and it just always felt like it was airborne to me, based on my understanding of what fucking airborne means, because it can linger in the air too, right? That's why you have to wear the face shield and stuff.
I think I mean, it's definitely like. So I think I'm not exactly sure how. Maybe this is the distinction. I'm not exactly. So, it's technically transmitted by droplets, right?
Yeah,
I don't think
aerosol,
that-
right?
Aerosol, right? I don't think that it's technically the virus can live in oxygenated air itself without that. So technically it is airborne because wherever I breathe my, water droplets within that radius, you can obviously inhale that and it is going to linger there until those droplets settle.
Hmm.
I don't exactly know what the, how long COVID can live outside of, on an airborne droplet, but
Sure.
that's why they say like people who are in elevators should theoretically like I don't know the stuff that's shown that shit lingers in elevators for like 10 or 15 minutes after.
Yeah, I saw that. Could be because of the still air too, right?
Right. Yeah. It's not really like moving, so I'm not really as cautious outside. Like obviously, I try to still keep my distance, and if I'm going to be around a significant amount of people, I wear my mask and all of that stuff. But otherwise, I'm not like too worried about going on a bike ride and giving it to somebody or getting it. So.
And then the other thing was, so this one is because I said like as soon as I found out about what is it called, cytokine storm. I don't know how to pronounce it.
Yeah, I tap my leg. I was like, come on, and she hears me.
What about it?
I was like, come on.
It seemed to me, so like right in the very beginning, as soon as I read about that and how that works and how that's like the main cause of like killing people, like my brain was like, hey, shouldn't we just use steroids for this? And then it's like rather recent that they tried steroids. How is this just not like super common sense? Like maybe I oversimplified it, and that's why I said it. Like this was like back in from March or April that I was like, shouldn't we just use like steroids? Like prednisone suppresses the immune system. That should work, right? It'll help people breathe better, and it'll suppress the immune system, so we won't get the storm. This just seems like it logically follows to me. And then like I think like it was just like a month or two that they started finding out that like steroids help.
So it was right.
Yeah, I think that people did use steroids a lot prior to, but I don't think it was because of necessarily cytokine storm. I think it was just because of the aggressive inflammatory response that you were getting with a large amount of cytokines, I guess, you get
Mhm.
from that inflammation. But people did use steroids. I don't think that they've had trials that
Well, there
have
was
proven that effective. But I know that we used steroids like early on in the game. Now they're using like other denosumab and shit. Let me see if I can find
it was toted not that long ago. It was in July. That there was a specific corticosteroid that they were saying might be able to treat people. It was like a big deal. Dexamethasone.
yeah, that's a normal.
How does that compare to like prednisone? Or is this like the same thing? Or is there like a different chemical
It's just more
composition?
potent. I mean,
Okay.
it's similar molecules, just more potent. Yeah.
Okay.
Trying to see if they have anything in this. Yeah, here there's a section on this up-to-date article about dexamethasone. Preliminary. So this preliminary evidence from a large trial suggests that low-dose dexamethasone has a role in the management of severe COVID-19. We recommend it for severely ill patients who are on supplemental oxygen or ventilatory support. 6 milligrams daily for 10 days or until discharge, whichever is shorter. In contrast, we recommend that dexamethasone not be used for either prevention or treatment of mild to moderate COVID-19. Probably like a risk-benefit ratio, like people who are like on the brink of death, like give them this because it might help them, but otherwise, like there's so many side effects to steroids that it's probably good to stay clear of that.
Yeah, it's kind of like this weird balancing act, right? Because like it can increase, it stops your ability to fight the infection, but at the same time it's treating the most severe symptom.
Yeah.
So it could last longer, but you might have a better fighting chance of lasting or of breaking through it anyway. Yeah, a Nature.com article talking about it says that called it like a major breakthrough. Peter Horby, infectious disease specialist at the University of Oxford, UK, is the chief investigator on the trial. Use of steroids to treat respiratory infections such as COVID-19 have been controversial. Data from the steroid trial outbreaks severe acute respiratory syndrome.
Oh, I'm fine.
Does this have a dragon draw?
After you're done
Can I
streaming,
drop shit in here?
will you still grill the pork chops if I
Yeah,
pull
it
the
does.
grill out?
What?
If I pull the grill out after you're done streaming, will you still grill the pork chops?
Like later on.
Yeah. I just want to know if I pull it out, if you'll do it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let me see here.
Are you gonna put more
Rates of COVID infections, patients COVID-19 are certain of less preemptive. 28-day mortality in hospitalized patients. So I would say that counts as a breakthrough, right? Seems to be the most successful treatment we've had so far. But I also had a friend, she got diagnosed with COVID, and her doctor gave her like steroid inhalers and all kinds of shit, and she said it like helped her symptoms significantly. She wasn't severe with it or anything, but I mean, she wasn't having a good time.
Yeah, I mean, steroid and albuterol inhalers are probably helpful if you're having like airway constriction and just increasing air mobility. But in terms of systemic steroids, that's probably what the whole fuss was about. Trying to see if there's some sort of counter evidence to this.
Well, I know that the counter argument would be that it weakens your immune system. Obviously, right?
Yeah. Here's part, and I don't know if I can actually get you to be able to read this because I would have to make it really fucking small.
You can actually just put a link in.
The part I can, but you have to technically be like subscribed to the service to be able to read this. It's something.
Do you get
that,
it
like,
free
you
because
get
you're a
for
doctor?
free as yeah.
Oh, by the way, I'm super dumb. I didn't even ask you this. Like, what is your? Are you like general practitioner or?
Right now, I'm internal medicine. I'd like to do gastroenterology.
Okay.
Just do GI stuff. Here's the thing on what's it called, remdesivir. I fucking misspelled it.
Yeah, remdesivir. What exactly is internal medicine? Just to clarify, so I can fully understand.
It's basically like so basically when you graduate medical school, you sort of choose your specialty. And internal medicine is like one of the general fields for adult medicine. Similarly to pediatrics is a general for pediatrics, and family medicine is for like OB-GYN, pediatrics, and internal medicine. And from internal medicine, you could either like be a doctor that only works in a hospital. You could be a general practitioner, or you could go on into specialize in multiple fields, whether that be cardiology, gastroenterology, rheumatology, infectious disease. Like all of those specialties come from internal medicine. You just have to do 3 years of medicine first prior to.
Okay. So you're a medicine expert then, right?
I am a third-year medicine resident, so in theory, after this year, I could just go be a hospital medicine doc or a private practice practitioner, like wherever I wanted. So yeah, sorry this is small. In order to get all of that in one shot, I had to like shrink
you're
it down
good.
on my neck.
Comparative randomized trial choices.
So that, and then convalescent. So prednisone and remdesivir and convalescent plasma seem to be the things that are the most positive, and this hydroxychloroquine BS needs to be thrown out the window.
Sure. And basically too, as far as like the azithromycin, this comes up in a lot of studies. This is just like a common sense thing to give anybody who's dealing with like an infectious virus, because we don't want to deal with like bacterial infections on top of it, right? This is sort of like a preemptive move, from my understanding.
I don't think it's necessarily a preemptive move. Azithromycin has some data to say that it also has some anti-inflammatory effects, and so in people who have like severe COPD, like emphysema and stuff, that are having a COPD exacerbation, sometimes it's given to improve people's shortness of breath, even though like it's an antibiotic, so it's typically given for like atypical pneumonias and stuff like that. But in general, like it's not treating the COVID as much as it is sort of like trying to help out with the symptoms a little bit.
Really? So, you just kind of blew my
COVID
mind.
virus, so it has like no activity actually against COVID itself.
Well, right. That's why I just assumed it was just in case you also had some sort of bacterial thing that wasn't super bad, but since you're dealing with COVID, like a bacterial infection might further complicate things. So, like, why wouldn't we just give like a something? Is it like that effective as an anti-inflammatory?
No, not super effective. It's just something that helps out a little bit on top of other things. Plus, like, you don't want to promote too much antibiotic resistance by just giving everybody antibiotics, because then there's problems with, like, the bugs that actually need to be treated with it having resistance to it, and then eventually we just become fucked.
I guess the only other thing about COVID is actually about hydroxychloroquine again. My biggest issue with them, like especially like Trump promoting it, is that and tell me if this rings true to you, that when you have everybody talking about hydroxychloroquine, it makes it super hard to get people into trials for other potential drugs, because people only want the one that's being talked about all the time. So like you're gonna be like, no, like if I'm hearing Trump talk about hydroxychloroquine and touting it, and like I see all this stuff about it, and there's a new drug trial, like I don't want this new drug. I want the hydroxychloroquine. This is what people are talking about. This is the sexy one. So it would seem like it would hurt the chances of getting participants in other kinds of trials.
In theory, what you're saying is, could be thought of as true. I don't know how it comes across in practice, because they're not like if your institution isn't running a trial with hydroxychloroquine, then you're not going to be given hydroxychloroquine regardless of if you want it or not. So like, you want to be in the trial, sure. You don't want to be in trial, you're not going to get anything. So
okay, that's fair. Do you guys have a hard time getting hold of hydroxychloroquine for patients that do need it for other things because of this? Like, I knew there was a problem with doctors stockpiling it and shit when it was thought maybe it worked.
Yeah, I think that was one of the biggest problems, is that, of hydroxychloroquine when it came out, was that, like, when it wasn't proven to be effective, people were worried about, like, other people who had other conditions not being able to use it. Now, the good thing is, like, for people who have things like rheumatoid arthritis and lupus that have been well controlled on hydroxychloroquine, there are other drugs that can work for those, so it's not like they're, like, being withheld from treatment. They could have alternate solutions, but yeah, I mean, that could seriously cause a drug shortage if you were to just like start rapid firing that to every single person who had COVID-19 when
Sure.
It wasn't even like touted to be beneficial.
Okay, so I think that covers my COVID questions for the time being. So now, how about that police brutality, huh?
How about that police brutality? So I am all for one to acknowledge that police brutality exists. There is
Sure.
some reform that needs to be had, but I think that the media in particular is like I feel like there are so many issues right now that are being like turned into bipartisan issues that aren't. Like COVID. Why the fuck is a virus becoming like a political thing? It shouldn't be.
Well, this
Like,
is very clearly
I
because
feel-
it has hurt Trump's chances of re-election more than any single other thing has by far. Like in December, I said this too. I said, if Joe Biden is the Democrats' pick, we're getting 4 more years of Trump for sure. And then COVID happened, and I'm like, Trump doesn't stand a fucking chance.
I mean, it's
So-
so, dude, you know, I'm still not convinced, but yeah. But with same thing with this, like, it doesn't seem like a political thing to me, but it seems like the media is just turning it into like a whole fucking race baiting thing.
COVID?
And I think that
Or police
although
brutality?
There's obviously, just like the police brutality.
Okay,
Or,
okay.
I shouldn't say police brutality in general, but like turning COVID into a race baiting thing. Fucking people know that it probably would, but
Well, it does
but I
seem to
think that
affect
there's
blacks
like,
more.
I think that it's hard to say that. I feel like the statistics don't necessarily back up the police. Like, there's obviously issues with policing and the justice system when it comes to like African Americans and Latinos compared to white people and Asian people, for instance. I'm not like debating that like there's no issue, but like with in specific regard to police brutality, I don't believe as much of a race issue as people make it.
Okay, so the numbers are actually pretty staggering in that. I also have I screenshotted a U.S. police kill civilians at a much higher rate than police in other wealthy countries statistic at the bottom. So let's see here. I think the number is like there's 13% of the U.S. population is black. However, black people are accounted for like a vastly larger police brutality versus white people. Like, white people get shot by the police more and they get arrested by the police more, but when you go per capita, it's insanely different.
And I agree, but here's the problem that with that argument, and I would say, like, for instance, you could say African Americans constitute 13% of the population, and then you could also say, well, take a look at last year. Last year, 90. I think it was 24 or 25 white people were killed. I should say unarmed white people were killed at the hands of police. And I think it was like 11 or 12 were unarmed black people were killed at the hands of police. Now, when you look at that, you're like, well, 33% of them were were black people, so they're obviously being targeted more per capita, which is true. But then you also have to think of, like, black Americans are committing 50% of the homicides in the nation. They're committing 60% of the violent robberies in the nation. Like, all of these things where it's like, yeah, I'm not, like, you're correct. They are getting targeted more, but they're also going to be coming into contact more with police than white people for violent crime and more likely to be armed in, like, these poor urban environments.
Well, there's something to be said when you say that black people commit more crime per capita. Also, the predominantly black areas are also over-policed compared to white areas. So we would expect to see a higher rate of crime in these areas. This is consistent. Like, anytime you increase policing in an area, you're going to produce more crime.
That is true, but I'm talking about specifically violent crime, which I don't think would be affected much. Like, obviously, like, petty theft and other stupid stuff isn't going to be caught as more, and that also causes more run-ins with police, which is, like, frustrating and annoying. But, like, for instance, if you started over policing white suburbia, like, the white homicide numbers aren't going to, like, go through the roof. You know what I mean?
Well, I'm not just talking about homicide, but also, too, these arguments don't really match up with when you compare to other countries. I think there's something to be said about using non-lethal force. Even so, like, for instance, like, if you're in the military, there's rules of engagement that you have to have. Somebody just having a gun isn't a good enough reason to shoot them. And so, like, I guess my biggest issue here is that in America, at least how I view America, the right to due process is one of the most important rights you could possibly have. This is one of the largest safeguards against tyranny.
Right.
And then you have a cop who has really imperfect information, deciding not only that somebody is guilty of something, but also that their sentence needs to be death. And it's also really crazy, too, because cops have so much advantage in any confrontation. Like the
True.
militarization of the police force is like crazy outweighed. Like maybe they need better combat training or something like this. But it seems like especially if you compare to other countries, like they're a lot more trigger happy than like anybody else. In the
I don't disagree with you.
okay.
I do. I mean, I don't want to say they're a lot more trigger happy than everybody else, but I also think that
Well, I guess what's your
the
definition of a lot?
I don't know. I mean, I guess the dynamics too are different because like you're comparing to other countries, but the dynamic isn't the same in other countries as it is here. Like the crime isn't the same in other countries as it is here. Like obviously, like places like Mexico and Venezuela and places that have like big like gang or cartel type stuff may have like similar stuff, but like obviously there's like like we're seeing a lot today of like anecdotal evidence of like really shitty acts being committed by police officers. So I mean you have to take that that's being portrayed all over the media and you have to take that into account. But like I don't know, I feel like here there's a lot more people with illegal firearms in these poor urban neighborhoods that are being over policed, and like there's black people fear the police, and the police also fear those people because like they're not like sure exactly what's going to happen because they're their own culture and their own community. And I don't think that's fair that just because somebody is a different culture and you're worried about that gives you a sentence to shoot somebody necessarily. But like I said, last year there was total between white and black people like 36, 37 unarmed fatal shootings by police, which is still way more than there should be.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
I feel like most of the shootings were like maybe not justified per se, but like I feel like if somebody's like armed, then you at least have to like consider protecting yourself in the communities you reside in.
So I mean, there's a lot to be said for taking non-lethal shots. In my opinion, if you think somebody's reaching for a gun and you feel like you have to use the gun, I mean, shooting them in the leg, like I don't think there's going to be a lot of people that are going to be able to stand after getting shot in the leg, turn and fire on a cop, especially with any kind of accuracy. Police are armed with body armor and things like this. I feel like there's a lot of other actions that can be taken. I see a lot of people argue against tasers, but I mean, if you've ever seen somebody get tased, holy fucking shit, dude. The odds of somebody...
Like fucking Paulo.
Dude, I watched somebody get tased. He hit the ground so loud, his head did, it sounded like a gun went off. And like, I've shot guns, I know how loud they are. It was insanely loud. It echoed in everything. I can't say that like... I'm not saying that no police officer should ever shoot anybody ever. I'm not saying that. However, I do think that over excessive force is being used and it's being unchecked. This is the real problem, right? I think that we're not holding these people accountable in the way that we should, and that's the real problem. No, I don't think nobody's out here saying like no cop should be able to shoot anybody, but like when it happens and it's unjustified, we need to see some sort of justice for this. And when it's not, see like a large imbalance of it happening. Like for instance, that kid that just got shot, like the cops didn't do anything to him at all, and then he went home the next day, and then he finally got arrested, or like yeah, and then these like mass shooters, they're getting arrested after killing a whole ton of people, and they're still armed, and they seem to be getting arrested and not shot. And I'm not saying I want them to get shot either. I think that they have every right to due process as well. But there seems to be a very big difference in how police handle a black person who's armed and a white person who's armed. So like, tell me if this rings true to you. A white person could walk around a city during a protest with an AR-15, and the cops probably aren't going to shoot them. Now imagine a black guy walking up past a cop with an AR-15. How much different do you think that situation's going to be?
Yeah, and so this was actually brought up yesterday I don't remember which argument I was in about specifically Kenosha, and I wonder what the interplay dynamics are in that department, because it's like the first day, right? This guy gets like, and this was before the story was released. Now everybody's trying to justify it, be like, oh, after the fact they found out that there was a knife in his car, so maybe he was reaching for it. It's like, dude, whoever shot him probably didn't know there was a knife on his fucking floor. But like,
yeah, absolutely. A lot of retroactive justifications, which is insane to me.
Exactly, and so I don't think that I don't think that that shooting was necessarily justified, and I think that they could have taken him down in like many more things. But like the problem that I see is there was such a backlash. Like for instance, you have I mean I don't really know exactly how many people were there, but say you have like 4 police officers at the scene, and this one guy decides to like take a shot. This wasn't like like an entire line of cops that was like get him, like everybody's shooting, and like whatever. It was one dude who made a stupid decision and shot somebody that he shouldn't have shot. And so all of these other cops in that same area are now lumped in with that guy. And then the very next day, they have protests in the same fucking city. And then there's this guy, like, I'm sure the whole fucking police department got a pep talk, like, dude, you don't fucking shoot anyone. Like, this was really stupid. Like, you need to make sure you're not doing this. And then the very next day in the same city, there's this dude with the AR-15. You gotta think that those cops in their heads were also like, well, yesterday somebody shot somebody and then they got, like, all fucked up, so I don't even want to, like, think about trying to get this guy. I mean, I feel like there was a lot of like psychology going around with the same exact force, the same exact city. Now people are pinning it as black versus white when maybe it was, but I don't think that it's going to be definitively proven that that was, given that the other police officers also didn't shoot that same black guy. Who knows what that same white guy would have done in that scenario? I feel like there's too many factors there at play to definitely call it a race card, but I understand what you're saying.
Well, I mean, it's hard to feel like that race isn't playing a factor when we can see like every single part of the justice system treating black people differently than white people.
Yeah, I mean, there are definitely justice system issues, and like I said,
I'm including cops as a part of this too.
Right. And I do think there are police brutality issues also. I just think that the media is playing it up to be more of a racial issue than it actually is.
Well, I mean, what the media is reporting on, like, the riots and stuff, right? And I'm not saying, like, the media's job is to make anything that's going on seem sexy. They need viewers. It's a business.
Right.
But, and I'm not like, I'm out here, like, super advocating for, like, mainstream media, but this is the actual, like, societal response. And it seems, like, it always feels to me like the responsibility of, like, the government is to respond to the desire of the people, right? Like this is how we shape our laws. This is how we shape like our morality, is like how we feel out how people feel about things. Laws are supposed to be reflective of our like cultural morality, and we keep seeing like this like until recently it's throughout all American history, black people have been treated not great, to say the least.
No, I agree.
And now we're just seeing like more and more of these sort of things, and I actually had made the argument before that I didn't think that things were getting worse. It was just being videotaped. But then when I dug into the stats a bit more, it does seem like it's actually getting worse. I think there's something to be said for a precedent being set of police being able to get away with this thing and having no ramifications. Like I think in any given situation, if you show somebody they can get away with something, they're going to continue to do it. And they're going to push the envelope further and further. Because like, why would I not do whatever the fuck I want if there's no ramifications for it? And to me, it's super important that anybody with a strong authoritative power understand their limitations. Like if I get pulled over by a cop and they ask if they can search my vehicle, I always tell them no, because they don't have the right to do that during a traffic stop. I feel like it's my civic duty to make sure that the people that try to abuse their authority, no matter how big or small, are denied this opportunity at every stop along the way, because otherwise they're going to take more and more. I had a friend who got stopped and searched by a cop because he was walking. I said, why did you let him search your bag? He had like a bag with like magic cards and shit in it. Because I wasn't doing anything wrong. I was like, yeah, but he was. Like, you're allowed to walk down the street without getting stopped by the cops. This is crazy.
Yeah,
and
I get both sides of the story, because like from your perspective, like I totally get it, where it's like, dude, you need to check these people, because there's always that, they might not even think of it as an authority thing, but if you like let them go unchecked for so long, things can sort of be like molded into something different.
Yeah, we're gonna build habits. Yeah, and throughout the entire system too. Like if I'm a cop and like I know this other cop keeps doing it, and like I normally wouldn't search somebody, but maybe I have a hunch, I have this gut feeling, which is no way, shape, or form justified. I'm gonna go ahead and press this person and try to like violate their rights just because they say it's okay. I think this is important.
I guess the other side of the coin is, though, at least knowing that you're an innocent party, if it's something as simple as searching something super quick so you could not be inconvenienced. Some days it's like, okay, fine, just like fucking do it, like I don't care. But like I get
It's quicker
I
to
get
tell
your
them no.
point. Yeah, exactly. It's quicker and it doesn't escalate things because like you know what the law is, they probably know what the law is, but then they're mad that you're like defying them, and you just like escalate the situation, which is totally in your right to do, but just for the sake of like being easy most of the time, I probably just let that thing go. But I'm not saying that's the right thing to do. I don't know if there is a right thing to do, but I mean I get both sides of the argument.
So and I think that this sort of thing like leads into this like we like to talk about slippery slopes a lot in politics, but we don't seem to talk about it a lot when it comes to like how police are behaving. So like when a cop shoots somebody and they don't get in trouble for it, when a cop pulls somebody over for a search that's not constitutional and they get away with it, I feel like these are all like leading slippery slopes to giving more and more power to police who really don't have any law education. They don't have so like that alone kind of makes it more important to put them in check because it's really easy for a cop to violate the law, but then it's also really hard for them to get in trouble for violating the law. So I feel like the more that we give, the more that we're literally losing liberty for this. And that's super important to me. Like that's like if we could pick any one reason why we would make the claim, however debatable it is, that America is the greatest country in the world, it would be because we have liberty. Right? Would you say that's a fair statement?
Yeah. Relatively, yeah.
If
it's a fair statement, I don't know if it's the only one, but definitely for sure.
And it's saying like I don't think there's anything more important to like boasting. If you're gonna boast that you are the greatest country in the world, in my number one metric would be like how much freedom and liberty you have. And like if we're I feel like we're slipping towards this side of like comply or die.
Liberties, yeah.
Yeah. If somebody can come up to you, I don't care who they are, if they can come up to you and decide that, like, if you don't listen to them, your life is in their hands, that's fucking crazy to me. That's super scary to me.
No, I agree, and that's why I say, like, I do agree that there needs to be police reform, and there's a lot of different ways you can do that.
Sure.
Because of those reasons. Like, I totally agree. Police brutality is a thing. It's effed up. I just make the argument that I don't think it's as racially charged as it should be, and I think that it should be just dealt with as a policing needs reform rather than like police against black people needs to be reformed.
Well, no, I mean I think everybody's calling for like like police to be reformed, but like I said too, like the numbers don't lie when it comes to like that there is a bigger per capita on police, and like there's been really in-depth studies done on this too. So like even if we go into like the number of traffic stops and all this, like there's no real justifiable reason why like these excessive conflicts happen to black people more than white people. Like we're dealing with the same types of crimes, we're dealing with the same types of incidences, and when you compare them to like white people, it always ends up being worse on the side of the black people, and sometimes that's kind of marginal, and in some instances it's like really really big. And
totally, but definitely
no like statistically hang on, FBI. Man, I wish I had like specific stuff ready to go. Like this is one thing I've done a lot of homework on. Police use of force by race, and these studies have been done like pretty heavily, like comparing like all these like different things here, and it seems like too whenever we see like it seems like every spectrum of like government intervention, it always seems to like end up unfavorably towards minorities. Like every step along the way, like voter suppression is always heaviest on black people. Excessive use of force is always heaviest on black people. So like it has to come a point to where we're saying like we see this pattern no matter how big or small. Like it always seems like it ends up on this end. So like I firmly, I mean I think that it's definitely systemic, and also too like you can definitely tie this to class. It also
classism for sure. I think classism for sure is more important than racism in these respects.
However, our like systemic like racist policies have kept black people in the lower class predominantly, like for forever. since like the dawning of America. So like even in like the 60s, I think actually in 1995, I found out recently too. So like on the books, banks were. I think in the 60s it was law that you were supposed to deny black people for certain types of loans, and then it wasn't so much
about,
law.
Like, redlining?
Yeah, and then I found out in 1995 was like the last instance of like it being on the books of redlining.
Yeah, so the actual right, so the laws that created like drawing those precincts that you could deny people loans. And it wasn't actually on the basis of race, but it pretty much was. It was on the basis of like certain areas which were highly populated by black people, but it wasn't just black people that got denied loans, just the majority. But like that was theoretically ended in like 1965 or 1968, but those areas still existed afterwards. So like the banks already knew like which areas to stay away from. Now obviously it took a while for like the migration out of those areas and into those areas to like not necessarily hold true to the old redlining that they technically had. So there were still instances of banks denying people loans based on where wasn't a good place to invest for prime purposes. So I mean, definitely, I agree that like redlining existed, and then like, so I don't know, like if you want to call it systemic racism, you can. I still don't think it's really called systemic racism. It's more so like the actual systemic part went away, but it just kind of like lingered because the policy was already like there for so fucking long.
Well, yeah, so that's kind of what we mean when we say systemic racism. We mean that these things have happened for so long that now, like, the impoverished black people have been dealt with, like, bad hands, like, economically for multi-generations to where, like, so most of the time, the highest predominant factor in whether or not you're going to be wealthy or, like, financially successful in life is how successful your parents were. So when you have multi-generations... Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say... And even more importantly than how successful your parents were, like single parent motherhood, single parenthood is even a higher predictor of being in those situations.
Yeah, and so then when you have areas where if you live in an area where the area is over policed, your odds are going to increase significantly. You're going to end up in a single parent household, especially if you look at the incarceration rate for black men. Is like super duper high, and then the charges. This is one of the most clear-cut examples of like judicial racism. Is that like black males get more severe charges than white males do?
Well, they do for sure, especially for like stupid shit like
drug possession.
Like a drug possession. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
No, and I totally agree. Like I said when I was talking about like that's why I said earlier when I wanted to specifically clarify police brutality, because I know there's obviously like race implications in other areas of the judicial system for sure, especially like on petty crimes like petty theft and drug possession.
Yeah.
My desk is so easy to clean.
Yeah,
now.
I think a big part of combating it would be to decriminalize nonviolent crimes. It's much harder to justify excessive force when you can't stop people for nonviolent crimes. Because violent crimes is actually decreased across the board in the United States since the 90s. Like pretty substantially too. It seems like most of the things that there could be some sort of argument to be made that like if we got rid of nonviolent crimes, we would have a harder time funding the police force. But I think from like a moral standpoint, it's like crazy absurd to try to make the position that like
we need to like make more crimes so that we can sustain a police force.
Yeah.
So that we can cause more. Yeah. No, I agree. But I guess the thing. So I guess one thing that would help that would obviously be like legalization of marijuana and stuff. But I guess the other problem is like, what do you do with all the people that's just committing petty theft on local businesses? If you're not like, it's technically not a violent crime and you can't like do anything police wise, then like how do you handle that?
So it would depend on how you. It depends on how you define violence. I would say if somebody affects me financially, this is violence. If somebody takes from me and it stops my ability to provide, like literally put food on the table, then that's going to hurt me physically in some ways. It's going to hurt my family physically in some ways. I would definitely say that theft is violent.
Okay, so I guess that then if you're going to clarify theft as violence, that makes sense.
Yeah, because
I think like decriminalization of drugs and trying to find like better rehab programs and like legalizing it and taxing it would be like a start to I mean, I feel like even if you just taxed marijuana, like there's so many fucking people who smoke
Lots
weed,
of places
like all
are.
these fucking places. You would fucking like make enough money to stop complaining about like whatever budgetary problems you're
Sure.
having, you know.
Do you think that a lot of police forces are over budgeted too?
That's a hard one because I don't like I guess I've never. You can like look into the statistics and say that, but like until you actually work in that environment and like a budget for them yourself, I feel like it's hard to like tell somebody else like you're budgeting this incorrectly. You know what I mean? Because there's a lot of places that like are like they make police cuts and then certain people have to be like laid off or fired and like you technically have enough police to like do stuff, but then like petty crimes go up and people aren't getting like caught. Like I don't know, it's very like city by city basis probably. There's probably places that are underfunded, there's probably places that are overfunded, and I think a lot of that would like change if you decriminalized certain things like you had mentioned. I think that like you could probably not have to have as many people patrolling certain stuff or like working on reports that, you know, overtime reports that they're writing at like 5:30 p.m. because like they pulled somebody over for like fucking having an ounce of weed or like whatever. You know what I mean? But I mean I don't know.
Yes, I'm for the complete decriminalization of like all drugs, complete decriminalization of like sex work. These sort of things just seem common sense. It makes everything safer. It gets rid of like a black market. It gets rid of like violent crimes that are associated with said black market, which will also decrease violent crimes.
Yeah, and I do agree with you on that part. I think that a lot like decriminalizing certain things would. Now, I guess I would have to go back to like the origins of why they were criminalized in the first place to certain things, because like obviously like you said, sex work. It's something that I don't really know as much about in terms of like the origins of where it came from or why it was criminalized in the first place. But like so I guess I'd have to look into see why that happened, because if there was like a legitimate reason, then maybe. But I don't see a good reason right now why it should be like criminalized as activity.
It seems to work really well in the places where it is legalized. Like in other countries, it seems to be really successful. In like Nevada, it seems to be really successful.
The cat house of Nevada.
Well, yeah, because I mean, it's much better. Instead of having like pimps and things like that, we can have like actual security for protection for these people. Yeah, business
jobs.
Well, I mean, literally, like we're getting tax revenue.
I joke, but it's serious.
We're getting revenue. We're getting STD testing, ensuring that both the customers and the workers are much safer. And like I said too, like you want to talk about getting rid of violent crimes, and this also would lead to a decrease in sex trafficking as well.
Yeah, and that's a problem.
Because I mean, if anything, like you're literally attacking the market at the heart there. Why would you engage in? Not that I'm condoning, like saying that it's good that people do this, but we know for a fact that people do pay money for like sex work or sex trafficking. Why would you risk all this when you could just go down the road to a local brothel and have it all on the up and up? You know, this just seems common sense.
To be fair, I think that a lot of those kind of things are a little bit more sketchy in that, like, especially with like human trafficking of children. I feel like there's like weird fetishes that like wouldn't be alleviated by that, but at least like you would take like over half the market away probably.
Sure, and I think that there's probably also something to be said too that like I know that like that's not going to completely combat the children thing, but if somebody starts off in illegal sex operations, it's probably, I'm sure that you're going to accrue a lot of people like that are just going to go from like that to like a slipperier slope because they're already in the scene. And they're going to be offered, you know, like more extreme things. Whereas if we have safe and legal options for them, they're not even going to be involved with this sort of crowd, which is going to hurt that as well.
Yeah.
Shit. I'm pretty sure that sex work was originally criminalized because like just moral reasons, right? I think that it probably had a lot to do with people just saying like, hey, I don't want my significant other to be able to go and do this. This is bad to like the nuclear family. Like a lot of early laws are set in place in like protection of like quote unquote American values, which were usually like Christian values at the time. I wonder when it actually was made illegal.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to look, because I don't know. I mean, if it was literally, I mean, obviously, like I semi believe in preserving a nuclear family for like financial reasons. Not even, and when I say nuclear, I don't necessarily mean mother, father, child.
Sure.
It could be, mother, mother, or mother, 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 father, whatever. I mean, I don't care, but I think that like
Two
more so
adults and
being
a child.
against, yeah, not even two. I mean, it could be three. I don't care, but like,
Sure,
but
sure.
like, as long as it's not like, basically, I'm trying to say like, I feel like there should be a core, family that is like in charge of a child, and it's not just like a single parent household where like, because I feel like that breeds like a lot of issues.
Well, yeah, there's just not enough. There's just not. You can't work and fully pay attention and do everything that you need to do for a child. It's just not good. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna go change out my battery real quick. What's up, buddy?
1910 in the U.S.
What is it? 1910?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And by 1915, it was integrated all over the U.S.
The criminalization of sex work. Okay, so my roommate actually just pulled up the stat. He said 1910 was the first time that sex work was made illegal in the United States. In 1915, it was integrated as a national policy. So this
But
definitely
did it say
fits in
why?
with. Do you know why, Kyle? What the reason was given for?
It's like I'll look.
He's taking a look at that right now. And I'd be willing to bet that it has something to do with like
It just says immoral purposes.
immoral purposes. Yep.
Oh, so yeah, then if it's just immoral, then like I guess you have to debate whether. I mean, and there's going to be tons of Christian backlash, and that's probably
Sure.
like a far right wing thing. Is that like this is immoral? This is like against like blah blah blah. But like if you're really trying to separate church and state, and it's not really about the religion, then like I guess. But there's always, I mean, I personally would be in favor of decriminalizing it, but you're right. I mean, that does have the opportunity to like wreck families, but I guess like you can cheat with, on your spouse without that shit anyway.
The people
so-
that were going to wreck their families were already doing bad things anyways.
Right.
Their marriage wasn't that strong to
So
begin
there's
with.
Right. Not a great argument, but I'm just trying to think of like what the other side would say to like why you shouldn't decriminalize it, and it's probably all like religious morality more so than like
Yeah.
logical like economic purposes.
I think it's political ramifications of going against the religious majority. So like you're probably, if you're like a Republican and then you go for this, you're probably not going to win your election, right? You're going to lose to the Republican who's going to be against it in these high religious areas.
This is like such my problem with the two-party system, dude, because like I feel like anybody who wants to actually, like anybody who's going to become president is going to have to, at least if they're not lying, they at least have to say like the right things. You have to like, oh, you can't be like a a pro-life Democrat, or you can't be like a super pro-homosexual Republican, or like a person who's a Democrat who's for like pro-Second Amendment, without like people being like, nah, I'm not going to vote for that guy for nominee because he's not the fucking like straight shooter that like I want with all of my beliefs. That's not even really all your beliefs.
So my big issue with third parties, and I deal with this with libertarians a lot, is that it seems like
You can't even win your own fucking like local offices. So how are you gonna like win?
They don't push hard for it. We don't have third parties always want to get like this glory in the sun of running for president, but like that's kind of like me walking into a McDonald's going, no, I don't want to be a cashier. I want to be the CEO. Like what the fuck? Like how is this? How are you gonna start at the top?
But I think the same thing happens though in local governments. Like people just want to vote. Like people will vote for. Like people have been voting Democrat for 40 years, and so regardless of what the values of that Democrat are, they're going to vote Democrat, or they're going to vote Republican because they've been voting for Republican since whatever. And so half the people don't like. I feel like, and this is good. This goes great into your point of like why people should have some sort of test
To vote.
because people just fucking vote and they don't know shit, and it's just so frustrating.
True. Well, actually, I think a third party could emerge quite well. With we seeing like the relative success that like Bernie Sanders has had and whatnot. I think that we could. It would be really smart for people to start taking the progressive movement a bit more serious and creating their own party there for local levels, because I think that the progressive movement probably has the most momentum to create a new party and actually get into these smaller offices and then move their way up the chain. I think libertarians don't. Libertarians don't because they don't have the capacity to have a real debate. So like if I ask a libertarian, say, well, what do you think about like, you know, like instead of like spending money on this, like, well, they're like, no taxes. Like, all right, well, motherfucker, we're gonna have taxes. How about we spend it on this thing instead of that thing? And it's really crazy because no matter what kind of conservative that you're talking to, they'll talk shit about taxes, but then they're still gonna support spending on whatever things they like anyway. And like historically too, Republicans and conservatives spend more money overall, like increase our budget overall more than Democrats have historically, but it's usually on things like military budget and things like that. So it's not the argument, like, so like libertarians come into the argument with like we just need to stop spending entirely. Like this is so unrealistic and so utopian that it's just not a plausible stance to take. They can't have a conversation about what we should spend our tax revenue on because they'll just reject it.
I guess the thing I hate about the party system in general, though, is like even you're saying right now you're classifying like the libertarians don't have a chance. Maybe the progressives have a chance, but like
just looking at platforms,
like people like me, for instance, I feel like don't fit the bill of any of that stuff. Even if you decided to run for office as like somebody who had different beliefs, that you have like no chance. There's like I don't know. I feel like if you have, because even you had mentioned like, well, you know, you, and this is obviously nothing against you, but you were like,
sure,
based on me saying that I was probably more socially left but economically right, you were saying, well, that sounds like you'd be probably more libertarian. And if somebody had to ask me like if I identified with the party, it would probably be that. But you've seen like through the discussion that we've had that I don't like act like a true libertarian.
Yeah,
all the time. You know what I mean?
I'm just saying socially liberal, economically conservative is like that's like the tagline for the libertarians. That's basically what I was getting at.
Right, no, and I get it. I'm just saying, like, but then I feel like I would get tagged as, like, a libertarian.
Sure.
But then you're like, well, no libertarians. Like, every time I try to have a conversation, they're always like, no taxes. But if I was to be considered that myself, you know, that necessarily wouldn't be true.
Right.
But if I went in and ran as a libertarian, like, if I went in and said, hey, I'm a libertarian candidate, and went and tried to, like, you know, do my spiel, they'd be like, what? You want taxes? You're not part of the libertarians. And so even like the people who are part of the libertarian movement would not want to, and then the people who weren't libertarians would be like, well, you're libertarians, so they would also be like, no, we don't want this.
Sure.
Like, they don't listen
there's
to
a big problem with
ideas.
identity politics. Identity politics is a really big problem. I mean, it definitely has like some pragmatic uses. As far as like being elected and stuff, I think part of a big chunk of this problem too is our entire election process is absolutely fucked. Like we have like gerrymandering just to start. Gerrymandering completely delegitimizes the idea of having like fair elections, and then like identity politics just said it comes in and like sort of. It makes the party so confined, like you said, like you could never have like a pro-life Democrat because of these identity politics. Like, so I think like the big thing with like the Democrats is like they do a lot of purity testing. Like you have to check all these boxes off, and if you're not really this. And then with Republicans, the largest part of the purity testing is Christian values. It seems to be like if I can call you out on having a stance that's not a traditional Christian value, then it's super easy to ostracize you from the Republican Party because so many Republicans are Christian and that's where they get their values from. And then like and to an extent, if you really believe, if you're really like a true Christian, like it would be really scary to vote for somebody who doesn't have these values because it's almost like you're voting against God, right?
Yeah. But the problem is, I feel like I don't know. I feel like anybody, even fucking Trump now, is spewing like God and his fucking like whatever. It's like, dude, you're like the least Christian person I fucking know. Like, can you stop like saying like God, blah blah blah, going out and taking your fucking photo off after you tear gas everyone in front of the church with your fucking Bible? Like you don't even believe in that shit, dude.
It's pretty bad.
I don't know, man. I just feel like we're never going to get any better because there's no movement. Like it's always going to be somebody in the far left, or it's always going to be somebody in the far right, or it's going to be a new party like the progressives, but also doesn't hold core values of like what somebody that would traditionally be like nonpartisan would be.
But like, well, Joe Biden is actually like pretty fucking center. Like he's not super far left by any stretch, and like if you were to compare him to like people on the left in like European countries, he would be just on the left side of center. Like, you would even be able to find some countries where he'd be just on the right side of center too.
Yeah.
American politics is so pushed over to the right, like our scale. Like if this is our scale of like left to right, like we compared to other countries, we would just be. Oh yeah, I say I have to move opposite here. It would be pushed over way more to the right. Like our far right is like as far righty as it gets in the world right now, and our left is like pretty fucking weak compared to the left in the other parts of the world. Bernie Sanders is pretty left. Bernie Sanders is pretty left. but there's
Kamala Harris is pretty left.
not compared to other countries though. This is like strictly like American left right. We have like the most we are so disconnected from like the political scaling of other countries, first world countries in the world. So we're so
Yeah, I guess
far
that's
pushed
true,
right.
Yeah, but I mean, I guess like the founding principles of our country were about a lot of like rightward stuff. Like not necessarily Christianity in general, but like markets and this and that and businesses and like, you know, freedoms and blah blah blah. Like I feel like that's why we have that as it is. Like I feel like we can never really compare ourselves to like the Nordic countries in terms of that. Like in terms of the world spectrum, yeah, but like in terms of what our initial core beliefs of the country were, it's still pretty left.
I mean, I guess I feel like it's not super relevant about like our core founding ideologies if they don't serve us today. The things that don't serve us today, it just doesn't seem like it's worth holding on to. So like I'm super anti-tradition. If the tradition serves my needs, I'm all for it. But if it doesn't, I don't see any inherent value in subscribing to the ways of the old just for the sake of repeating it.
Yeah, and neither do I. But I'm just saying in general, if you were trying to like say why it was more far right than like the rest of the play, like I get it.
Oh, sure. Like, I mean, I guess to me it doesn't matter so much as why it is the way that it is, but it's why can't we change it? And if the reason is 200 years ago, like people have, and not only that too, like the Constitution, like by virtue of itself is supposed to be a living, changing document. That's why we have amendments. Yeah, like
Because
people say
if
you
you
can't
didn't
change the
have an
Constitution.
amendment,
Yeah. It literally means it changed.
Like, why do you call the Second Amendment? It wasn't there originally.
Right.
You know, it had to be added. To my knowledge, there's not a whole lot of subtraction, but
So
you
the
could
prohibition of
certainly add to it,
alcohol.
and you could certainly change it. Well,
The prohibition of alcohol, the 3/5 clause has been changed. But not only that, too, like, even without changing the Constitution, we've invalidated a lot of it, too.
like a lot of it just doesn't. I mean, with technology and everything else, like a lot of it has just been, and even like progressive movements, like a lot of it just like based on our current society doesn't uphold. I still feel like the core values should stay, but like I feel like it needs to be edited to reflect current society.
Our world today looks nothing like the world that the founding fathers lived in.
300 years ago, right?
Yeah, it's just completely different ball game. And it seems like people want to hold on to this for some sort of like mystic sensational feeling that you get, but like how valuable is this feeling? You know, it just seems like we can see. So like, one of the things that really gets me is like one of the key philosophies of the libertarian movement is that we should have states running experiments and see what works and what doesn't work. But we can look at like Canada and like the UK and other parts of Europe, other countries that are fairly comparable to ours economically. But we'll say that won't work here, but we have really good examples of how they work. Like we can see the mechanics behind it and all that, and yet like these same people that will say like we need all these little experiments and sort of test to see how things work won't accept these other experiments. It just seems really bizarre to me that like we can't take what works in other countries and attempt them here. Like I don't like, for instance, like universal healthcare. I don't care if it's single payer or multi-payer. They work to some degree, like, and you can say like, well, there's this problem or that problem, but we have worse problems than any problems that arise in those other countries. As far as like people having access to healthcare. Like, I haven't had healthcare in forever. Like, I got kicked off because I moved and they sent me a letter to the wrong address, and I didn't get the letter saying that I had to call back in. So I don't have healthcare anymore, and I haven't had it for a long time because of that. This seems really wild.
Is a problem.
Yeah.
There's two set, and I have like a I feel like my take on healthcare a little bit, because I feel like healthcare is not necessarily a right, but I do feel like it's something that everyone needs, and so it's hard with how things are now with the insurance companies, and it's not truly a free market. I wish it was, because I feel like prices would be more competitive and things would be lower if things were more transparent.
I think it would be at the start, but it
problem-
would evolve the way other industries have, to where very few countries got to set prices because they bought out everybody else and things like that.
Yeah, possible. But so my friend is relatively right wing, and he's like 25 years old, and he's like, well, why should I have to pay for healthcare? I'm like a 25-year-old healthy dude. And my response is like, there's two separate schools of thought here, and one is not going to work, and the one that's not going to work is what you're talking about.
Sure.
And the reason why that is because if you want to say people don't get healthcare, or people have the right to not buy healthcare,
Mm-hmm.
then that creates an issue, because you have doctors who are empathetic and are going to treat everyone regardless. So a 25-year-old kid comes up and says, I don't want healthcare, doesn't buy healthcare. 26 years old comes around, he has a brain tumor.
Mm-hmm.
Like, people aren't just going to be like, oh, sorry.
Too bad, so sad.
Like it's more like, oh well, we'll do what we can to help you. They have all these resources. They pull in stuff from taxes and government funding, and it's like, who's paying for this? Everybody else. So by the choice of you not doing this, everyone else has to pay for you.
So why doesn't everybody do that, right?
I am all for dying with dignity, and if people want to have that stance and be like, yeah, you run the risk of dying if you have a condition, if you don't want to pay for healthcare, I guess I'm for that. I mean, the caring, trying to be like a compassionate doctor person is like, yeah, that's kind of rough to tell somebody too bad, so sad. But then the part of me that's like trying to be logical about it is like, well, you're the one who didn't buy healthcare. This is your problem, not mine.
What about people that can't afford
I don't
it?
necessarily, I don't ascribe to that idea. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't ascribe to that idea, which is why I think that like everybody needs healthcare, because that's the only way that you could do that and say like it's a right, or like you get to choose whether or not you have healthcare, is if you decide that it's okay to bone everybody who comes in with a problem that doesn't have healthcare, and I don't think that's okay.
So I think the strongest argument for universal health care is that it's the cost that you pay for living in a society. Just like any law that might impact you, like, well, how come I can't do it just because this asshole decided to fuck up? Because we always have to move at the pace of the slowest in society. That's just how it is. That's how societies are structured. We all have to follow rules with like the lowest denominator in mind. So as far as paying for healthcare goes, it doesn't matter if you don't need it. There's way more people out there that can't afford it. We all have to chip in because we're all together. It's the whole point of having a country. It's the whole point of having laws and policies to begin with, is to make sure that those that are the most vulnerable are protected by this. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like,
No,
if
that's
there's a
what I'm
policy
saying,
in your
and I don't
workplace
know
that you
that's
can't hug your
necessarily-
female employees, you're like, well, I'm not going to fucking sexually assault them. I just like to give people hugs. I'm a huggy guy. Well, how come I can't hug my female coworker because that guy decided to fucking grab her ass? Well, because we have to. That's how it works in this company. You know what I mean? This is the same sort of argument. You want to work for this company, you have to follow the rules so that we can protect the people that are most vulnerable. If you want to live in this country, we have to have policy in place that are going to protect those that are most vulnerable. If you don't like it, so too bad, so sad. Like, I guess, like, I hate the, like, if you don't like it, move out argument, but, like, it's
That's a classic conservative argument.
it's so dumb.
You don't like
It's-
it? Get out of my country.
Most people that
Get
don't
out
like,
of my country.
most people that are arguing against those people couldn't afford to fucking move. Like, it's such a bizarre argument. But that's what I think the strongest argument here is that all of our laws, all of our policies are designed in mind that there's going to be people that are going to be affected by this in some sort of negative way that that is unintentional, but for the greater good of all of society, we have to do certain things. And not only that, too, like, it'll save us money in the long haul. It gives us the capacity to bargain drug prices, whether we do single or multi-payer. There will be some net job loss because of insurance companies and all that, but like, fuck insurance companies anyways, dude.
100%. Keep rocking over all kinds of shit. I guess my biggest problem with the universal health care is like watching other people treat themselves like garbage. You know what I mean? Like I feel like universal. I might have mentioned this the other day when we were talking about like utopian ideas, and this isn't necessarily a libertarian idea when you're talking about your utopia spiel, but like I think that if people were relatively healthy and took care of themselves, then universal healthcare would be awesome because everything would be fucking cheap, and when something shitty happened to somebody, it could be afforded. But like when people just consider like, you know, eat themselves into the ground and weigh like 500 pounds and have heart problems and COPD and strokes and have like cellulitis and infections in their lower extremities because they have terrible diabetes and they don't take care of themselves, it's like, why is the onus on everyone else to take care of that person that doesn't give a fuck about themselves? So that's like the only argument I see against like universal health care, because there's so many people in the epidemic of obesity is going so much worse than it was that like, I don't know, to me it's hard to justify like paying for everybody else that's not willing to like do their own like health for them, you know, to take care of themselves.
So I think that there's a counter argument to be made here that if we had better medicine available for everybody, if everybody had healthcare, I think we would see a decrease in these sorts of behaviors. So like mental health is a big one. A lot of people that are participating in these activities probably need some sort of mental health. Like a lot of overeating and stuff is caused by like anxiety and depression, other mental health issues that can't be treated because these people don't have health insurance. Do you know how many people I know that are overweight that suffer from severe depression? I'm like, hey buddy, why don't you go see somebody? Like, I can't afford it, dude. I can't afford to go see somebody every week, even for therapy. So I think that we would see definitely a sharp decline in a lot of these things. It's just that people can't get the help that they need, or for some people too, like I know a lot of the times that like overweight and stuff is part of a choice, but there's a lot of people out there too, definitely not the majority, but like they need medical treatment to help them. Or some people that are so far gone, like we could probably reverse a lot of this stuff if we got people on medicine that would help them. Like people, like for instance, like depression is a really good one. Depression gives you low energy too, so not only can it be a trigger to eat, but it can also make it hard to move physically. Depression presents with physical symptoms.
No. Yeah, and I mean, I definitely agree with like you know the whole comorbidity with mental illness element of it, because there are a lot of people that you know are also on those medications. But like when you see the same, like I don't know, man, when you work in a hospital and you see the same people coming in day after day after day for the same problem, and it's because they like don't want to control their diet. It's like, dude, you've been here like 6 times in the past month, and you just go home and like we fluid restrict you, we give you diuretics, we get all this fluid off you. You start to look good, and then you go home and just like eat fucking 3 bags of potato chips and a massive Pepsi. It's like no shit, this is gonna like your fluid's gonna build up. You're not gonna be able to breathe. You're gonna be back here. You're gonna be using resources other people could use. And I'm not saying that like it's hard to quantify, but there's tons of undiagnosed mental illness. And I think that more people need to, I think there's also still a stigma with people seeking care for depression and anxiety and things like that. And also financial barrier too. Hey Morgan.
He said hi.
Hi.
I think that too though, if you had, see the problem is too that people are a part of this system too. I think that it would be much more trendy to be healthy. I think the societal outlook on being healthy would be a lot different if everybody had some sort of health care that they could go back on, because it's really hard to say like, hey, you should be making healthy choices and this and that when like people like can't get the help they need from day one. Like it would be much easier to catch this stuff early. It'd be much easier to like destigmatize too. Like I think a lot of these things, like for instance, the United States seems to be like if you compare us to other countries that do have universal health care, they don't seem to have these problems to the degree that we have. And I know that causation isn't necessarily correlation, but I think that it's hard to get this kind of reform that we would like to see in people, how they treat themselves, without like a coupling of mental health and regular health professionals being readily available to them. I mean, in either case too, we would save So like I guess there's also an argument to be made, like what's the dollar value of a human life?
Yeah, and they're like, and that's the other part is, you know, we I think we touched about that and touched on that a little bit the other day too, about like people will spend like hundreds of thousands of dollars trying to squeeze out like weeks or a month or whatever, and it's like, I feel like in other countries they don't do that. Like they have different culture where it's like once the time comes, the time is coming, and they like come to grips with it and they're okay with it. But here it's like, even with people who have like dementia and strokes and can't even think for themselves, like their family is like trying to hold on so hard that they are willing to do anything possible to have like an alive semi-vegetable. And it's just like, dude, like is this like this is costing medical everything, you know? I feel
Sure.
like removing that scenario would save so much money that you could put into other resources too. And I also think there's like a lot of a lack of, not even like there's like lack of, for better or worse, like people with depression, anxiety, for example. There's lack of access, not only from like a financial perspective for the person who needs to go, and also for like the willingness perspective, because people who you know, it's not just as easy as telling somebody with depression to like go somewhere and do something, you know, go be seen. Oh, I just want to lay in bed, you know, I want to lay in bed, or like I'm doing this or I'm doing that, and they don't have any motivation to get their own help. But even if they did have that motivation, a lot of places are just so overbooked, and there's not enough professionals doing that stuff to take care. Like here in Wisconsin, when I refer somebody to behavioral health, it takes like months unless you're actively suicidal to get in with somebody.
I got put on a waiting list a long time ago before I graduated therapy. The therapist told the person running the show, he said, hey, we need to get him in to get medication as soon as possible. She's like, it's still going to be 3 months. So I went every time I was supposed to. I did all the stuff right. And then when it came to it, she's like, oh, I forgot to put you in. And I said, was this still going to be another 3 months? And she said, yeah. I said, well, fuck it, I'm not going anymore. Like this is like the level of like sophistication we have within mental health. Like when you take somebody like I had like all my hopes put onto this, and then it basically just showed me like you basically did all of this for nothing. Like I get something out of talking to somebody, but this isn't really solving my problems. This isn't fixing the things that are actually wrong with me, you know. And so that was like the last time that I went. And this is probably like in 2012-ish, 2011. At some point, I did. The doctor told me, or the psychologist told me that, I don't think you need to be here anymore. I think that you're smart enough to look up your own stuff and try to figure out what works for you. I think you have a good enough understanding of what your mental illnesses are and how to go from here. I don't think I need to see you anymore. But he did still say, like, I do think that you need to get on the correct medications. But I just didn't really have access. I was like, in the realest sense, like denied access. And then I tried to go see a psychiatrist that wasn't through them, and it was going to cost me like $180 just for my first visit. And then on top of that, I was going to have to pay for prescriptions, probably out of pocket. Like I just couldn't afford it. And that was with him working with me too. I had seen a psychiatrist before that was like an associate of his, and so he was like interested in having me as a patient, so he dropped it down to $180, but I didn't have an extra $180 for one visit. You know, like I started doing the mental math, like how much is it going to cost me to continue seeing this guy? I'm going to have to see him whenever I need to get my prescriptions filled. I wonder what the out-of-pocket cost is. It just really stopped me from doing that, and I constantly wonder like how much that's contributed to me not being like successful like career-wise and all that, because it wasn't long after that too that like I fell into like a bad bout of like depression and addiction. Like, I mean, obviously I wasn't getting the help where I was seeking it, so like I turned to other stuff and self-medicating with I had a super bad Adderall addiction that went on for like 2 years. And when you talk about bad addiction, like this was like full-blown seriously bad. I was drinking a lot. Obviously smoking weed all the time. I think at the peak of it, I was taking probably like 120 milligrams of Adderall a day, like orally and snorting both. That was the average. Sometimes it was a lot more. And I was drinking a half a gallon of rum a day.
It's not good, man.
No, it's not. And like with the way that the stimulants coupled with it too is that like I wasn't like drunk. Like I may be drunk for like a half hour, but then like the stimulants did their job and I'd be like stone cold sober like fucking like 30 minutes later. And I mean, I got myself all better. I didn't go into treatment or anything. It just occurred to me one day. I said, hey, if you don't stop this, you're going to die. So I got a bottle of mini thins and a box of wine and a bag of weed, and I locked myself in a room for a week. And like once every 2 days, I would wake up, be a total asshole to everybody, eat all the food in the house because I hadn't eaten in like 2 years. And then I'd go back to bed, and I got through it. Which I know not everybody can do that. Not everybody can just say like, hey, I'm gonna lock myself in the room, maybe have some wine to help, and like smoke some weed and some mini thins to kind of curb the withdrawal effects. But like that was like the result of me not being able to get like the help that I needed. And like I can retrospectively kind of see how that path took me through that. And I'm sure a lot of people end up, down a similar path and maybe didn't necessarily have the clarity to get themselves out of it the way that I did. And this seems to me to be a direct result of like how bad our healthcare system is.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, part of it, I don't think that universal healthcare would fix that problem, but I'm not disagreeing with you that there are definitely problems for access for people. And I don't really know the best way, but like I said before, I don't think that it should, I think there has to be something to where everybody has healthcare, whether it's everybody mandates that everybody has to pay for healthcare, which is semi-shitty because that is rough. But I guess if you're paying for it in taxes, you're paying for it anyway.
Yeah.
I would be interested to see, because I feel like all these people bring up this universal healthcare thing, and they always throw this like 1% or 2% number around, like it's not that much taxes. But it'd be interesting to see like how much it actually costed to run a system. I mean, it'd be impossible to do without doing it, but I think what would happen is that we would like have this optimistic, non-realistic scenario of like, yeah, it would only cost this much, and then I'd find out like, yeah, that wasn't enough to cover it. We need to like raise taxes by like 10% to like cover this stuff. So I feel like a lot of those European countries that have universal health care, one, everything's not externally valid, like transferring to U.S. economy, but two, I feel like they get taxed so much on like a lot of their stuff. Like they get paid and then like 50% of their paycheck is gone, and they don't get paid as much as we do for the same stuff anyway. So, but I don't know. I feel like it's going to be like a huge paradigm shift if that were to happen.
Let's see. So the top federal income tax in the USA is 35%, and compared to the UK, it's only 40%. So they pay roughly 5% more at the top level income tax.
At the top, but what about like people who are in like making 30,000 or 40,000 a year?
Let's see. Income tax. Property tax.
Blue Care Bear sweatshirt.
And like I said, that's also in a place where the comorbidities and health problems aren't nearly as high.
Sure, but do you think that these things play a factor because of lack of broad access to medical care too?
A little bit. I mean, a little bit, because people don't come in for a long time and then just show up and have all these shitty problems. So I think part of it is access, but I feel like part of it is our culture too. I feel like it would cost us more to do it than it would other countries. I don't have a source for that, but I just like looking at the numbers and like from what I've seen in all of my hospital life, I feel like that's just what would happen. And also our emphasis on, like I said, living as long as possible, even if it's not the best quality of life.
So it looks like their basic rate is about 20% in the UK. But it also, two people that are making less than 12,500 pounds pay 0% in taxes.
So they have like breaks for those people, probably based on like the richest people getting taxed like enough to cover it.
Yeah, absolutely. They definitely tax the more you make, the more you pay. Which, I mean, seems to make sense to me. I used to think that a flat tax was a good idea, but then I just realized that doesn't really make any fucking sense either. Like if you have literally $200 billion and you get taxed 20%, you still have literally more money than everybody else in the entire fucking world. So, like, like I guess I'm not that I don't feel a whole lot of sympathy. Like even if you were taxed 50%, you still are literally the richest person that's ever lived. Like I can't see this like amounting to like pain. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I guess if you
Like we have like Jeff Bezos
there
makes
would
more
be
than
a
some
loop-
countries.
yeah, I think it's hard, dude, because I feel like obviously as like the libertarian side of me is like taxation is theft. The classic. I'm not a zero tax person, and I think that obviously there's certain social benefits that like need to be taxed because otherwise the shit doesn't get taken care of.
Yeah.
But like
It's a dream to think charities will fix it.
But I feel like to disproportionately tax rich people just because they're rich is like semi fucked up. Like I saw one of your posts the other day, and this isn't to say that the post was wrong, but I can't remember exactly what it was. I think it was a meme post too, so not anything you originally posted, but it was something about like taking certain amount of percent away from like the top 10 people, and that's all you're talking about, not like taxing like everybody else. But like if you're just like, if you go and say like, oh, I'm going to take like $100 billion from you, that's like a lot of money to like technically steal from somebody, even though like for the greater good it makes sense. But for that person, it's like, dude, you literally fucking stole $100 billion from me.
Sure. So I think the idea here is that like by definition taxation is theft, in my opinion. However, we do almost ubiquitously acknowledge that some forms of theft are justified. Like if your family is starving and you have no money whatsoever, you're probably justified to go to a grocery store and steal some food to feed you and your family. Like if the options are steal or die, then that's probably pretty justified, right?
I don't know if it's justified, but like you're not going to look on it the same as you would like somebody just stealing for shits and giggles.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Some forms of theft.
Have empathy for that person.
You want to go spray yourself down?
So I think you're talking about the AOC tweet that I shared. It says, we say tax the rich, we mean nesting doll, yacht rich, for-profit prison rich, Betsy DeVos student loan shark rich, trick the country into war rich, subsidizing workforce with food stamps rich, because that's the kind of rich simply not good for society, and it's like 10 people. Was that the one?
It might not, potentially. Yeah, it might not necessarily. It might actually not have been yours now that you read that, because I'll have to go back and look.
This is the one.
But,
that sounded like it fit the bill.
oh yeah, that's probably it. Yeah, that's probably it. But yeah, like I don't know, like to just go up to like the top 10 people and be like, you know what, you guys are holding most of the wealth. I think we're just gonna take this from you. It's just like, in theory, like obviously it's much better to have those people not have that money and have it going to like a billion other people for like other resources.
Yeah.
But like also there's the morality thing. Like there's two moral sides. There's like, is it right of me to take all of this person's money away, even though they might not like. They worked their ass off to earn it, but now they're just like earning on their earnings, and it's not really like them specifically earning it. And then there's the moral side of it. Like obviously this is going to help much more people if it's not theirs, but do we have the right to take that from those people? Like that's kind of where
I guess the counter argument is, do we have the right to let people literally die in the streets because we don't want to take from somebody whose life isn't going to be hurt in an impactful and meaningful way? I value the lives of other people. I value life over dollars for sure.
I mean, I value it too, and that's why I say like there's the moral side where, and this is where you kind of say like you toe the fence, you understand both sides.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can like choose one of these sides because I feel like stealing is wrong, and I also feel like letting people die is wrong, and a life is obviously worth more than the money.
Sure.
But where do you draw that line, and how much do you take? I feel like it's just like you take 50%.
It's going to get arbitrary.
And is it only about profits? Because if you're only taxing their incoming profits, they already have billions of dollars. But if you're talking about what they already have, then that's kind of shitty to tax people on what they have. Like, oh, I have a house. Let's just tax take 50% of this home that I already like earned. You know what I mean? Like, I guess I don't know like how much is too much, and is it on the future profits?
Yeah.
Is it going to be on what they own? Is it going to be on like?
So your
their
fear
businesses?
is arbitrariness, right? The
Right.
fact that it would be arbitrary. So I'm curious. Have you ever had like a serious conversation about like ethics or meta ethics before?
Yeah.
Okay, so that
lot
would
more
probably
when it,
help.
like,
Oh god.
I guess a lot more when it comes to like medicine stuff than like I don't know.
No, I guess I mean
ethics
like the
stuff, but-
subject of like actual ethics, like ethics, meta ethics, like,
Oh, like the-
utilitarian,
about-
deontology, Kant, and things like that.
Yeah.
Because I feel like this is a really good way to get to the root of how we feel about things. So like, do you know like how you where you identify on like the ethics? Like, do you subscribe to like any particular like ethical philosophy? Because I'm a moral particularist, which is like pretty much like a bad word when it comes to ethics. I have some pretty really like strong, tight knit ideas about like what is and is not like I guess. So, like for instance, I'm a moral particularist, which means that I think that the morality of like any given situation has to be looked at with like consideration to a lot of different factors. With one thing in mind, I don't think that the consequences of an action have anything to do with the morality of an action. It only has to do with the information you have at the time, which can include potential consequences, but the actual consequences are irrelevant to the morality of a given action. And my argument for that would be that in order for a moral action to be taken, you need a rational agent and you need information. So, like, I'm a rational agent. I'm going to go up and hug somebody. This is probably not bad. But if I hug that person and I didn't know that they had a problem with their shoulder and I hurt their shoulder, I didn't do a bad action. It would be my stance, and this is justified with the Kantian idea that the only objectively good thing, morally speaking, is the desire to do good, the will to do good. The ramifications of that will are irrelevant to the morality. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I mean, I've heard of a lot of the. I had not heard of that stance. Obviously, like we talk about like pragmatism and deontology and consequentialism and you know, and anarchy, postmodern ethics and stuff. But like, I hadn't heard the term that you just used for yourself. What do you say that was called again?
I'm a moral particularist.
Moral particularist. I'm gonna have to look more into that.
So I firmly attest that no one single moral system can account for all the moral complexities that arise from actually putting morality into practice. And this basically stems from the fact that I don't believe in objective morality at all. I think that everything is subjective, and we can only view the morality of an action based on the system in which the moral agent is subscribed, or the observers are subscribed.
So why is this controversial?
It's because like it seems like most of the people that like discuss moral philosophy and ethics seem to want to pick a specific like I'm a utilitarian or I'm a deontologist. Like they want to fall into one, whereas like I feel like you can have a sense of duty to yourself. You can have a sense of duty to your community, and you can have a sense of duty to the world. However, you can also understand that things are not ever going to be black and white, right or wrong. That there's always going to be certain external factors that can be accounted for, and so it basically on paper it feels like I'm saying I want to pick and choose which things I do are good and which things I do are bad, but it's just so much more nuanced than that, really. If you look at it without taking nuance into account, it sounds like I'm a Sunday only Christian where I pick and choose things out of the Bible that I like and I discard the things that I don't like. And to some extent, I think that morality is really reflective of just like the things that we like and don't like. But I think that this doesn't really account for somebody who takes a deep consideration into morality and truly like investigates morality for the sake of understanding morality. This is just sort of It just appears to be this way if somebody's trying to use morality to justify whatever thing or not, and rather than having an actual interest in morality. Like you could use a moral particularist stance to like justify things, but that would just sort of depend on your intention of like why you're bringing up morality in the first place, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know if you've given. a lot of thought into like where you stand with morality, but I think that could help you like sort of refine some of your points when you say like I'm on the fence of this or that. I think by examining like your own moral philosophy can kind of help guide you into a specific direction.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of moral philosophy, it's like obviously like the hundreds of or tens of thousands of lives that could be benefited, and or saved from taking from somebody else, But it's just like, I don't know. Like I said, I'm non-committal on this one, man. Like I don't have a good explanation. Like I said, how much is too much? Like I wonder what their stance is on it. Like people like, I'm sure that like, I don't know, for instance, Bill Gates, like he donates like shit tons of money to like all kinds of like organizations and all kinds of shit like that. I don't know what like I don't pay attention to what Bezos and shit does with his money. I'm sure it's not just like sitting somewhere rotting in a vault. He's probably got it invested in something. But like,
Bill Gates
and
made
how
a
do you
statement
take
about
that
it.
money too? Like you tell these people they have to like. Smart people are not just going to earn $100 billion and just let it sit in like a savings account. They're going to be putting it into like real estate stuff. They're going to be like, trying to create jobs, creating new businesses, all of this stuff. And like, how do you go to tax them? Like, if you're going to tax people on profits, that makes sense. But if you're going to be like, well, you have a net worth of 500 billion and that's just too much. Like, how
do we tax anybody?
Like,
we got brackets and it's usually based off of income. These sorts of things. This is the same way that we would tax anybody else.
Right, but I guess it seemed like by this like it's not really a meme, it's more like a Twitter thing. But like based on this Twitter thing, it seemed like, oh, we don't need to tax everybody that much. We just need to tax the top 10, like the top 10 people that are holding like 99.5% of the wealth, and then everything will be like hunky dory.
I mean, I think that it would certainly help if we taxed the people that are making the most. I mean, plus that's just pragmatic. If you can take from somebody and they're not like, there's no demonstrable harm to them, and yet there's demonstrable like good being created from this, seems like the right call to me. Like if everybody on my block is starving, or near starving, but there's one guy who has more food than he could ever eat for his lifetime, it would seem like a pretty good argument that like we should probably band together and take some of his food. We certainly shouldn't let this guy starve either, but like why should we starve when this guy is just hoarding all the resources with no regard for our well-being? Like regardless of how he got that, like why is his life more valuable than ours? Why is his prosperity more valuable than ours?
Don't you think that people that are smart in those positions will find loopholes to not have to get rid of 50% of their income? Like there will I feel like it would invariably increase like money laundering schemes, like all kinds of random shit that would like make people. And it's weird to me because people with like that many billions of dollars, you would think they wouldn't care about like $1 billion, but they do.
Yeah, I think you have to be like super hyper competitive and super hyper. You have to have this mindset to where like every penny counts in order to get there. Sure, and I do think that they would try. But I also think in order for this to be successful, we need a complete and total overhaul of our tax system to begin with, and like our write-offs and our loopholes. That we need to close loopholes and all that. This isn't something that would just say like one policy, we're going to tax them more and be done with it. We need to take a closer look at how we're allocating tax dollars, how we're getting these tax dollars, and all that, how we're looking at offshore accounts and things like that. I think that there needs to be a lot of work done here, and there's going to be a lot of nuance that'll come up in it, and we can sort of approach those things as they come. But I think to say like this is too complicated to fix, like we're not moving forward with a solution, and we desperately need a solution, especially in this country, man. The poverty just keeps going up, like the wealth inequality just keeps getting more and more vast. Like it's really bad. Like this isn't normal. Like in America, it's really hard to see like what like societal norms are outside of America, because we don't get information from other countries almost at all. Other countries, news talks about other countries significantly more than we do. We're really isolated when it comes to like our media information about external entities.
Because we're too busy like fucking around talking about like hydroxychloroquine and other random stuff. Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with that statement, and I think that I mean, I don't know, man. Money is such like a weird thing for me to talk about, dude. Because I grew up poor as hell, and like, but I subscribe to the fact that like the poorest of the people in in America are still like far richer and like have so much more shit than like anywhere else. And so it's like, and not only that, like the inequality gap, I guess, has increased, but like the quality of life for poor people has still significantly increased since like the 50s.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Sure, but that doesn't mean that we should say that we should be content.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to be content, but I feel like a lot of it is people complaining that they want a bigger piece of the pie rather than like, which I get, you know. I'm not saying that everybody wants everybody wants more stuff, but like I feel like people, if you compared like 1950 to now, we have so many modern convenience. People spend fucking thousands of dollars on phones and computers and like, you know, for instance, fucking trading card games, dude. Like nobody in like fucking Africa is spending like $400 on Final Fantasy trading card game copies every 3 months to get like every fucking like play set of every legend and shit. Like people just spend their money on like.
You really calling me out here, bro. I mean, you remember my binders, huh?
Dude, I did that shit, dude. I still have Opus 1 through 3 sitting in there, like, fully stacked with 3 copies of everything that I can't get rid of. But,
Shantoto's still worth over $20.
Dude, Shantoto is, and actually Opus 1 is, like, really, really, like, especially foils are, like, flying up in price. But, yeah, like, I feel like people mismanage their money so much that, like, they take... There is obviously an issue with poverty, so don't like think that I'm just saying like there's no poverty. It's not an issue, but I feel like people are also, even rich people too, are particularly fucking terrible with like managing their money and just spending money. Like they basically spend up until what they earn, and as soon as they start earning more money, they spend more money. And like I don't know, it's just.
We certainly don't teach money management. So I'm in this really I'm in this really weird position where I'm really, really knowledgeable about how to manage money. I took 3 different financial planning courses in college and I got an A in all of them. But at the same time, I'm also bipolar. So I have sometimes I have like the impulse buy thing, which I know isn't right. Like my brain just won't give me any of that knowledge that I have in the moment. So it's really bad being home during the COVID thing because it makes it really easy to buy on Amazon.
Shop like all the time.
Yeah, I have.
Shopping is a problem, dude. One click touch buy or whatever.
And sometimes I will go back and cancel the order. But so if I'm at Walmart though, I found this really good thing that it lets me do because I said I know all the information, but I'm bipolar, so I have these 2 conflicting things going on. So if I'm in Walmart and I see something that I want to impulse buy, I'll grab it and I'll carry it around with me while we shop, and then I'll get this like thrill of having it over, and then I can set it down. I can't do that online shopping. That's been the best tool ever for me. Like I discovered it one day because like, oh, I'm gonna buy this, and then like the thrill of the purchase wore off, and I was like, oh, I don't even want it. Cool. Yeah. And I just use that all the time when I'm out and about shopping.
Did you like download the self-control app and just like black box Amazon so you can't buy anything for like 48 hours and then be like, yeah, I don't know.
Have you seen my My Hero Academia pop collection?
Dude, I did see that. I have like 55 pops myself, so I'm trying to wean my collection because I just sold a Hulk the other day, but I saw the My Hero Academia. Some of the rare ones are pretty fucking expensive.
I have them all. I have the Uraraka. What the fuck is she? San Diego Comic-Con Uraraka. She's over $500 now. I have her still in box. I bought my Ida at $10 and he's like $400 now. He's out of the box, but the box is still in good condition.
Just like slip it in there and you're like, yeah, no one ever opened this.
Yeah.
Well,
I
you
mean,
have the whole set now, so it is what it is. But you're probably doing it more for collection purposes than value.
I love My Hero. I don't care that much about pops. I just really love My Hero, and that just happens to be the company that like jumped on it. Like I have every issue in English, and then I have all the ones that were only in Japanese. I own all of those as well.
You best believe if they like opened up some Final Fantasy pop land, I would be all over that stuff. So like people get hit with that, dude, and it's just like it's crazy.
And don't get me wrong too. I think my life is pretty great. I do wish that so the problem too is that like if I were to get healthcare, I've looked into it. So like I tried getting healthcare, especially I can't get healthcare at all during the coronavirus because I have asthma and the amount of medications that I need. Nobody wants to insure me.
What do you use regularly?
So what I'm supposed, if I took all the medicine that I was supposed to be on, I'm supposed to be on For my asthma, I'm supposed to be on Singulair, Qvar, the 80 is it micrograms MCR or MCG?
Beclomethasone, yeah.
So I'm supposed to be on 80 of Qvar inhaler, my albuterol inhalers, Singulair, and I'm supposed to take Zyrtec every day. And then for my other stuff, I'm supposed to be on, it's not Lexapro, it's the other one. It's like the same damn thing with one
Prozac?
chemical. Nope, not Prozac. Shit, it's just like Lexapro. Lexapro was like the new one of it. Lexapro.
What about like escitalopram versus citalopram?
I'll find it just a sec. I'll know it as soon as I see it. Celexa. I'm supposed to be on Celexa,
yeah.
coupled with Abilify. And boy, I tell you, antidepressants with Abilify versus antidepressants without Abilify is such a humongous difference. Oh my gosh. Abilify is like an amplifier, I guess, for the antidepressant. And that shit worked. And then I'm supposed to be on Risperidol 0.5 milligrams at night. And I think that's it.
Yeah, that's a lot of
Yeah.
psychotics. But I guess for the bipolar, it makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Surprised you,
Bipolar.
did you ever do like you ever like on lithium or anything?
I've never been on lithium before, no. But like when my medication was right, I was literally I went from the mental hospital to a homeless shelter because I didn't want to go back to where I was because I knew it was a big part of my problems. I remember sitting on the front lawn of the homeless shelter, was like, you know what, everything's pretty okay right now. Like and like so like those meds fucking worked, dude. If they would work for me there, like I know they'd work for me here. And I should probably be on some sort of medication for my ADHD, which I would vote for Strattera since it's not a stimulant, since I have issues with that.
Mhm.
And Strattera is a non amphetamine. So I left out, like, I'm supposed to be on technically 40 milligrams of Adderall a day, but I would probably try to convince a doctor to give me Strattera instead, just so that I'm not actively taking a stimulant. That's actually I got addicted to Adderall because I was prescribed it, and then when I couldn't afford my prescription because my health insurance ran out, I got super bad withdrawals from it. It was like super bad pain.
Kyle's out at the fire with us, but he said he'll grow the pork chops if you don't want to.
Okay.
I figured you. I said you would probably take him up on that.
Yeah, hell yeah. Tell him thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
I had like the worst withdrawals ever from it. Like I was like dry heaving and like pain, and like I couldn't, like my brain was all foggy and stuff. And then I had a buddy came over. He's like, "Yo, dude, I'll give you some Adderall." I was like, "Fucking great!" Like I even called see if I could get free samples. Like I wanted to take my medicine. And then my buddy came over and was like, "Yeah, dude, I got you." And he came over and he's like, "Oh, well, we're gonna snort it." And I was like, "I'd rather just take it." And at that point, I just like didn't like feeling the withdrawals, and like I didn't even understand too. Like I called the company that made Adderall. I was like, "Do you guys like?" I was like, "I guess I'd like to report a side effect." When I was so fucking innocent to it. I swear to God. I was like, "I'd like to report the side effect." And they're like, "Oh yeah, we've never heard of that." Those lying ass motherfuckers. I know so much about it. They know for a fact that withdrawal symptoms are a fucking thing. They're like, "Yeah, I'll note that down. We've never heard of that before." Like I went through all the proper channels trying to get free samples, all that shit, and then so then my buddy was like, "Well, we're gonna snort it." I was like, "Well, I guess if I won't have to feel like this, like I still kind of had it in my head like, well, this is just taking my medicine. Like it's unfortunate that I have to take it this way, but if I stop feeling like I'm gonna fucking throw up an empty stomach, let's fucking run that shit." And then it just got kind of out of control. So like I would definitely like to stay away from that. But yeah, like since coronavirus happened, I just can't get it, and I'd really, really like to have my steroid inhaler. Like that's the biggest one. Like albuterol, I have family members that give me albuterol all day, but the Qvar is just, my quality of life has increased so much just by having that. It's absurd, but it's like a $300 inhaler.
Yeah, not ideal.
I'm assuming you have no lung issues.
No, I don't have lung issues.
It's the biggest bummer.
I had like sports-induced asthma when I was like 13 or some shit. I had an albuterol inhaler, but otherwise I've been blessed with that.
Yeah, like I'd be so happy. Like I'm just super excited for when we can 3D print organs. Give me some new fucking lungs, could you?
Yeah, yeah. Won't be cheap though. Got the patent on that shit for 7 years, dude. $10 billion for a set of fake 3D printed lungs.
Okay, cool. He figured it out. Somebody was telling me my part of the stream wasn't working, but I think he just didn't see my little face on the corner there. I have you big and me tiny.
Oh, gotcha. But yeah, I think this is a good time to call it quits. I have my neighbor who's trying to get a hold of me to head over there for a bit. But it was good. I like to do more of this stuff. It'd be nice to identify some topics we could just talk about and whatever. Just because I usually feel like I'm just playing all this shit over in my head and don't actually talk to anybody about it. So
Yeah, sure,
it's
buddy.
nice just to be able to like solidify just speaking points, maybe learn a little bit, and who knows, maybe we'll change each other's mind on something, eventually.
Sure. If you I mean, we can just like message each other like topics and stuff, and then we can set up like a loose time like we did today. This has been pretty good. In fact, we've had almost a 3-hour stream now, and that's not even counting the other time, and it kind of flew by, buddy.
Yeah. Anybody watching it? I have no idea.
We got 3 people.
Oh yeah, baby, we got 3.
Most of my followers and subbers usually see me a lot later, though.
Oh yeah, so they're probably just confused why you're on at like 7 instead of 2 a.m. But yeah, maybe we'll get some more. We'll have to, maybe if we. I think it'd be easy. I feel like today was just kind of like spur of the moment, but I feel like if we actually hardcore, not necessarily hardcore prepped for something, but like prepped a little bit more for it, it could be more of like a debate rather than just kind of like putting ideas out there in the open and just talking about stuff, which I also think is cool and important in dialogue, but I just don't know how much people care about like watching that kind of thing.
Yeah, well, also too, I think like the looser dialogue in the beginning is good, because that way you can kind of get a feel for each other, kind of see what each other's ideas are, and then we can kind of formulate better arguments against the things that people had said too. So there's certainly some merit to this, and maybe we can have like a blend of it, and then we can come back and revisit things too.
Yeah, that'd be good. Yeah, I'll be down. Like I said, we talked sort of maybe about like potentially podcasting or something at some point. I mean, if you upload this to like a YouTube channel, we could always create a YouTube channel and just put specific shit on there too.
Yeah, like I said, this is going live on YouTube, and when it's down, it'll be saved on YouTube, and then I'm gonna go in later and I'm gonna separate it by subject.
Oh, okay.
So you can like quick link it.
Cool. I do. I will talk to you later. You take care. Have a good night.
Yeah, you too, buddy. Have a good night.
Hope to see you.
I always like talking to Ben. He's a really good guy. Now I think...
Kyle swept all the floors and mopped them.
Wow, good shit.
Yeah.
Where's the Facebook one at? Magic. There we go. Cool. So I came up with this list, kind of trying to figure out what I need for sideboard. I know surgical extraction is going to be a super important one. I'm going to build the deck on here first. Engineered explosive. So last night I didn't stream it because I'm fucking stupid, and I went 4-1 with a 62 card Merfolk list in a modern league. Super sad that I didn't stream it, because it was one of the wildest leagues I ever had. I got paired against the same guy twice. I beat him once and I lost to him once. He was my only loss. and he had this really weird Gruul Utopia list where he used Luca, and he would sacrifice a seasoned pyromancer to Luca to get Emrakul out. And I said, wow, that seems like seems like Jeskai would be a much better shell for that. So that's kind of what I'm going for here. Not Stubborn Denial. What's the card called? It's a you counter stroke. Oh shit, what happened? There we go. Throw a couple of those in there. What else do we need for sideboard? I know that deck's really big. Oh, Timely. Timely Reinforcements is super good. Don't want to do Graph Diggers. I guess we do need Rest in Peace for certain super grave heavy decks. Oh, Anger of the Gods. That will fill up the sideboard. Now I need to make a quick cut here for Jace. So I'll go down 1 Remand, and I will go down 1 Force Negation to put 2 Jace the Mind Sculptors in here. Because I do need a way to get the Emrakul out of my hand. If I do draw the Emrakul. So we'll go to Mana Traders. Save deck as. I want it as. Sign in with Facebook. Really like that fish list though. Actually, I hope I have it saved. Oh, I have it saved on my computer if nothing else. Oh yeah, what am I doing? I don't even have MTG open. I still have that open too. Okay, so we want. Can't believe I didn't. Okay, I didn't click it yet, so we're still good. Man, I really wish. Submit. Okay. Sad to see it go. I really like that deck. Especially given how good I did with it yesterday. But let's see here. Gotta try out the new brew. Cool. Save deck. Merfolk. Deck name Fish. Editor save as. They go into. Holy shit, we're just gonna slap her in the documents there. Okay. Chosen file. Chessguy.deck. Upload. Perfect. Why are there 77 cards? I'll be right back. I gotta use the bathroom. I'll figure that out in a second. Download. Perfect. Dope. Okay, cool. I couldn't find a good cut to make. Oh wait, that's right. I gotta wait for mana traders still. They're still hunting down my cards. Let's update. This says we're good. Okay, cool. Oh my gosh, we're still at 74%. Come on. Perfect. Oh, cool. They give me a cool mountain. From trade. Import. Untitled deck. Jeskai Luca. Dope. Okay. We'll just play this guy, I guess, in the meantime while we wait. Cool, I get to go first. Say yes. That'll do for now. Seems good enough. Let's see what we can do. All right. Plop that down and pass. So all we need to do is get the lands in the Luca. We have the Snapcaster Mage, so I can just play on their turn. I really like this deck because it feels kind of twinny. Oops. Ah, boy. I guess I grab a steam vent. No. Perfect. That's what I want to see. Cool with that. An additional Shivan Reef, huh? Grab a fountain. Say okay. Another land, and it's got to be Storm. This is actually really good. We're really close to just being able to cast Luca. I guess I should grab another fountain, but it doesn't matter. Wow. So yeah, we're gonna play that. I guess I'll just remand it so that way if he replays it, I can still kill it. Or do, yeah. Alright, that'd be really nice too. Yes. We will shock. And then I can actually snapcast a remand and still bolts. Though I don't know if that's the right play here. I guess because I can still force a negation too. Maybe actually I think I just let it resolve and then I can bolt and path and hard cast force a negation here. Wow, okay. Oh, you know what? Cancel. We're gonna helix him. We may just end up going the attrition plan here, so take it slow and steady here. If he just goes to pass again, we'll snapcast or helix him. Since the attrition plan looks pretty good, I think I'm gonna path. Okay. You put a Metamorphose on the stack, which I'm gonna counter. Blue, blue, blue.
You streaming stuff?
Mm-hmm. His ritual. Hopefully he doesn't have a Past in Flames, but if he does, he just still doesn't have a Brawl, so it's not like super duper bad. Oh, heck yeah. Oh, that's really good. We'll just snag. Say okay. See a little draw. Show me a Luca. Oh, well, I'll take that too. He can't respond to anything anymore, so that's super good. He plays a Brawl and I snap bolt it, it just dies. We don't mind an opt. Still don't mind an opt. I think the optimal play here is just to go Snapcaster Bolt to him. We could try to whittle him down on the attrition plan. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna remand the hell out of that. Yeah, there we go. Can't play it next turn, but because I gotta have mana up for the snap. So I'm gonna 0. We'll put the Field of Ruin back and the Snapcaster back. Then I'm gonna plus to Fairy. Swing. I really like having a combo in a control shell because it just really helps you beat out all those other control decks. If he passes through now, he's a madman. Okay, here's the gifts. Blue, blue, blue. Grape shot at 3. 1. Sure. That's very satisfying. Okay. So we'll opt. We'll actually take that. Then is 0. These ones back on top. And then we'll field the ruin. Then grab the planes. Get rid of those cards. Oh, okay. Yep. Okay, so first I'll opt. Then I'll snap helix him. Yeah, that's got to go on top. It's not optional. Wait. Oh wait, no, we're good. Blue and white. Say okay. Target him. White, red. So it doesn't look like we're gonna get the Luca Emmy combo, but we're still gonna win. Oh yeah, we just won right now. Bolt. Snapcaster Mage. Bolt. So the big combo is to have Luca, get Luca out. Neg 2, exile Snapcaster Mage, and I reveal cards from my library until I hit creature that costs more, which should only be Emrakul, and Emrakul sticks. Yeah, but I'm done here. I'm gonna come right over to you, buddy. I don't want to fucking play Storm again. I already know how that matchup goes. It's pretty fucking good for me. I just don't really have interest in doing that. Let me see here. Where's he at? Not a terrible hand. We cut the music here. Oh shit.
Hey,
Hey, what up, buddy?
not much. Still on stream.
Yep, still on stream. Yeah, me too.
I'm gonna try.
Mine looks a little bit better. Yeah, I'd say. What's that?
Did likewise, Mulligan.
Oh yeah, I did. I will take 2 pepperonis.
I know what I'm up against.
You want anything else?
Thank you, though. Okay, cool. What are you getting? Lightning skelemental.
No, I was getting a. I swear, I was just wanted to claim a Snapcaster. I was just realized I couldn't get a sorcery late. My roommate's having a salsa party.
Salsa party? I'm not hip with all the young kid lingo here. What's a salsa party?
He's
How much
Argentinian,
charcoal do you usually put in
he loves Latin, like Cuban meat.
A lot.
He gets it.
a lot?
It sounds like Buena Vista Social Club.
Oh.
Back and forth. Oh, First Blood. Yes, that was all I wanted.
Village rights.
A force of negation.
No. Well, maybe actually. Let's see. Let's find out. Shall we?
Cryo down. What? You do not have a one man. Oh, you're up. Oh, I see. There is no one man encounter. Stop it.
I have several copies of a one-mana counter in my deck.
You really?
Yeah. It's a really good one.
Like snub?
Stubbers would not work very well in this.
You have a giant, so it comes out.
Yeah.
You just took 3 damage counter.
No, I didn't. You
Path to
only
exile.
think.
That's what. Path to
Yeah, that needs to get gone, like, now.
probably did.
This is super tough. Probably just pitch that. Okay.
You know, I took my chances after the Malta 6, played in Harbinger a land on the hill. Going first, I think. I sit here and kind of hope you don't have to path exile.
I do not.
Jamie. Kyle comes out
Oh,
there
Vault.
and he goes,
Vault's not bad.
I just asked Jamie how much charcoal to put in here, and he went like this, a lot of it, and he's like, I don't know what this means, and I stopped and I looked at him, I said, welcome to living with Jamie.
Yeah.
This.
Yeah, sure.
Think of that.
I'm okay with it.
Annabelle, you want a treat?
Bro, this deck is nothing but answers, dog. This is all we do.
Go to combat.
Okay.
Oh, did you forget about that?
No.
You forget about the Harbinger in the yard?
Nope.
You did forget about that.
That's okay. I don't mind. You underestimate me.
It's like my man. Fan. Flashback a lightning bolt.
Holy smokes. Okay, game 2. Okay, so this is good. And this is good. That's not so good. We don't need that. And don't really need that too much either. That looks nice.
Load it up. Oh yeah.
How many pork chops do you have?
All of them. Yes.
Yes, every single one.
Yeah, that was just game 1.
Serious.
She's feeding everyone in the house. This
Yeah.
is what it's gonna
Jamie,
cost.
Jamie's mom, John, you, me.
6 people. You gotta be ready for this.
Oh shit, Black Panther died.
I don't know if John will necessarily eat.
No,
But I make
really?
like one.
Yeah, he's dead.
Like 2 of those. I make usually one of these when it's just me.
The
Jamie, and
actor
Will,
from the new
and they're
series?
gone before the
The
night.
actor from the fucking movie Black Panther's dead.
Jamie and Will,
Kiora?
pork chop fry.
You hear me, lady?
Lilith doesn't get
Lady.
pork chops at her mom's house. What?
No.
Black Panther died.
Oh,
You got
that's
it? Is
sad.
Black Panther?
Yeah.
That's sad.
Oh.
Hey, go. Now. Kiora.
The actor or the character?
I'm sorry.
The actor.
You have to
I
get
hope
out.
he has dancing casket memories.
43 years old.
So cute. Hey, nope. Come on. Nope. Let's stay out of here.
Colon cancer.
I had 3 packages of pork chops pulled out.
I heard the whole thing.
Oh, okay.
Maury, hold on.
We eat a lot of food.
Yes.
People.
Oh,
Dad.
Celestial falling in on them.
My stomach didn't like s'mores, cold pepperonis, and Dr. Pepper. Now my stomach's very confused.
Celestial
It'll be like
falling
that.
in
Very
on them.
weirdly upset at me.
It's a good turn 1 play.
Will you pull that table up next to the grill so Todd can use it? Thank you. So when the pepper on fire?
Yes.
Thank you. I didn't know if you did. I just want to make sure.
Oh, we got
Kiora.
the man
Oh, my God.
ready to go. Ready, go.
Yeah.
Since everyone's in here.
Just when you go out, push the glass door shut.
Okay.
Oh shoot, you know what I just realized? I'm not on my...
Not on your stream.
I'm not.
Get back on your stream.
Let me see something here.
My guys will probably tell me. Nah. So I'm just gonna do a thing again. God.
Is that fire still going or did it go out?
You're getting
There
back
we
on
go.
stream.
Yep.
Still going?
Yeah.
Take your time. I play fast.
It's still chug-a-lugging.
Good one.
It's spreading slowly.
No,
Fuck.
seriously.
Spreading slowly around. But it's like slow. So it does go out. Hey,
Oh, I see.
Laura, get out of the kitchen. Come on, Katie. No, come on. You know better. Nance is okay. Come here, Nance.
Yeah, bear with me for just a moment here.
Nanny, come here. Banana, you're not in trouble. Come here. Nance thought she was in trouble. Hey. No, you have to sit. Lay down. Lay down. Come on. Lay down. You need to stay. Come here, Kill.
There we go.
Sit. Come here, Annabelle. Hey, you come on, Kill. Come on. Go, go.
Because the format I had before, because the format I was doing, my webcam was being used by Discord before.
Don't give me that. Don't give me that.
I like that play. Me too. We'll bottom that. Nice.
For it. 4, 5, 6, 7 cards.
As soon as it's my turn, I'll have a full grip too.
I'm gonna let you guys let you
Good boy.
Oh, here we go.
Be a real good boy. He's staying out.
That's what I'm talking about. Hello.
He's like in book 2 and the rest of the books he weren't even in. Book 1, a little bit, and book 2, just a moment.
Yeah, the one
Well, why may not matter.
Corbin, look, I got the cat. Okay.
Oh, we're getting
A little bit.
You think you have enough cards now? You don't.
Yeah, they're not my fingers.
Alrighty.
I'm so unhappy.
Why are you unhappy? Oh, 'cause 2 lands?
Yeah, if I had 4 land.
I don't know, that's pretty optimistic, bud.
Well, if I draw 2 lands in a row. I'm saying if I already had 4 lands,
You underestimate my fucking handful of answers here.
no, I don't.
Oh,
No matter. Just underestimate my hand.
Remember how I told you I drew myself accidentally when I thought that was my stuff was good? Yeah, that's what I'm between that hundred right there.
Yeah, that happened.
Oh, you're going straight.
Hey, he's quit barking under the bed.
Yeah, I like it. Still going. Third.
oh, you gotta go to this card.
That's what I should have done last time. Discard the step. Instead of casting a heart. Uh-oh. Oh no. Exile target. Oh, do you have your combo out now?
Yep, this is the combo.
The thing has no flame.
Okay. Should have bolted the mage.
Now I'm at 0.
Bolting the Snapcaster mage would have stopped it.
Oh, you take an extra. Yeah, I know. If I had, even if I had
Just because I don't believe that.
3 left,
I wasn't even moving. Come on, don't worry about it.
okay. I am ready to come right back for more. Go first in game 3.
Heck yeah.
Heck yeah. I like saying heck. It's like the best curse word for radio.
I just feel like heck is funnier. They use heck really broadly.
I don't even know if I really
Don't do it, man. Don't do it. Oh, what? You're a madman.
I'm doing it right out of the way. I'm not angling for a snapcaster.
He's an absolute madman. He going hard.
If I explain to you his favorite part, right there. There's
I'm
my
okay with
boy.
it.
Turn 2 going first. You gotta bolt it.
Nope.
Just gonna prefer it. As always, goes on. Hope I don't sack it.
Whew.
Oh. Oh.
Thank you, thank you.
Hurts you.
Yeah, but it hurts you more. My deck isn't contingent on my graveyard.
Oh, nickel. Got it to ferry.
You read my mind, bro.
Told you. Ferry.
Better than me.
Uh-oh.
Did real slow too. It was funny. Reminds me of my dad.
Here comes the skelemental.
Oh,
Oh.
really?
Okay. You guess the butcher. You guess the Croxa.
I took one short side.
We are off to the races. Oh, I know what other creature should be in this deck. It should be Stoneforge Mystic. Of course.
Are we letting this guy go?
You can have it.
Menace doesn't.
Yeah, no.
Back up
Down
here.
5 damage on him.
Here, back up. Come on. No, out.
Yeah. The Snapcaster.
Better than playing Shockland.
No, Kiora. Don't give me those eyes. Hey, no. 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 Stay. Ow! Ow! Ow!
Oh, you got the combo.
No, Kiora.
If you wouldn't have sacked that, I was dead on the board.
Dan ain't gonna protect you. Go lay down.
He doesn't have haste.
No.
He's
Come on.
there.
Or you're gonna
Yep.
have to see there now.
She is there.
No. Back it up. Go lay down. Come on.
So I'm actually in a weird spot. If I swing at you and I can't ping you for one more damage, I die. Because the butcher gets sacrificed to the Emrakul trigger. See what happens. Ooh.
Ace.
Yep.
If that was like the cryptic command.
No. Oh, okay. What are you doing? Floating mana to float it?
Float the mana. You're at one. If I top deck a bolt.
I mean, you still have the butcher. Oh, yeah.
Get myself.
Yep. Yeah, I also have a spell snare in hand, so I can counter any 2-drops. Not that you could play a 2-drop. Oh, that sucks. Good games. Not a bad brew, right?
I actually had 3 then. Well, I made a mistake there.
He did. He shouldn't have sacrificed the neonate.
No, I honestly chose to keep a guttural response and discard a Rakdos charm to draw. If I kept the Rakdos charm, I could have done the last damage by having this creature.
So you made 2 mistakes that game then.
So you were actually dead if I was like, if when I was casting that, I had actually paid attention to what I had, I would have realized that the Rakdos charm was going to win me the game because you'd already burned all your mana. And I should throw away the guttural response. So I didn't think it through, but that game would have been overturned. Then I got your boy you were damaged.
Well, plus still, I was dead on the board to the neonate and the butcher with Emrakul out.
Yeah, I don't know, I drew too much and got a lot of land. You want to try again?
Yeah, I can do one. I can do one more. I've been. This will be like, that'll put me up to like the 4-hour mark for stream.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll probably just take a break and relax a little.
Yeah.
I had that doctor on, and I basically had to wake up and get going pretty quick there. Well, quick for me. It was actually, I was up for a little while, about an hour and a half, but I move slow when I wake up, so. He messaged me. I was like, yep, I'll be there at 7:15. I woke up at like 6. Oh. No. Yeah. Now that's a hand right there. Yep.
Hold. He's gonna do 5 damage.
You gonna smack me for 1.
Killer 1. Nice back. Total back with menace.
Yep. That's okay. I got bumped back up to 20, so it wasn't like heartbreaking or anything.
Fine.
No, I meant the Dread Horde.
So what?
It's best to just deal with the Dread Horde when he comes out.
No shit.
I think it's more of a preference.
You monster.
Towards the back. It's behind the Ziploc bags. They don't stay shut.
It was going back and forth. It's killing me.
It's fucking terrible.
Rude.
Well, you like this?
Pretty rude, bro. Okay. I'll fuck with that. Okay. Yep.
Skelemental ring.
I am in skelemental range. You have a cantor.
It's like expecting worse. That's just. Oh. Oh, we're gonna exile it.
Yeah, let's be done with him. Okay.
That's not what I wanted.
It definitely works. Sitting there holding the goddamn tinfoil down like an idiot, burning the shit out of myself. Like, oh, it's not how to drink. It's not gonna hurt my fingers eating tinfoil.
I like it.
Thank you.
That's exactly what I was hoping.
Are you gonna bolt it? No? Okay. Sure.
You make it to turn it, probably.
Hmm. Okay.
Another lamp.
Yeah, we'll do that, I guess. Okay.
Got no creep.
None. That's okay though. We digging.
One land, 5 life.
Ah, this game.
You have a path.
Nope. I should not have played him. Should have held on to the remand.
Yeah,
Oh well.
I had a landmine.
Oh,
But I
okay.
couldn't recast it because I didn't. Yeah, I honestly.
You
I
honestly
really
what?
thought Emrakul had haste and I didn't find the light control stack.
Oh. Emrakul does not have haste. Could you
The
imagine?
only other times I've ever seen him play it.
Sand is awful, and I'm gonna keep it.
Yeah, you know. Get ready to watch paint dry, folks.
Yeah. Mashed potatoes, pasta,
I mean, that's a good way to do it.
potatoes always take a long time.
Ooh.
I'm just gonna get a whole bunch of land out and then pass it to the fellas.
Yeah.
Give me a good old-fashioned one-lander.
The water.
Hey, what up? Business. Business, we's in it.
And deck.
Please play a Skelemental. That's all I ever wanted from you.
Oh, wow, you can put in like 12 cards again. I was gonna get some ones too.
It feels good.
Skeleton yard. Strangely enough, by the way. Yard.
What's up?
You'll see. Your audience heard it. That's the important. Oh.
Make
that's-
sure you can't recur him.
Well,
No threat of Skelemental ever again. Which is absolutely why I didn't play the Rest in Peace to begin with. I was like, I gotta wait and bolt and surgical that Skelemental before I rip. Oh, I did forget the one in the yard though.
draw many cards. Oh, you're on a land shoulder? No way.
I missed a land drop turn 2. Yeah, sure.
Can I ask you to do something you really probably don't want to do?
Hmm.
You prep me for it.
Later. After this. I thought we agreed you were gonna do that.
I can do it later. I was just cooking right now. Can I hit your mod then? My mod just straight up tastes like vaping just cotton.
I understand. Okay. Damage. Main.
Oh, you're back. I just want to make sure
So I'm gonna keep that shit.
Okay.
Graveyard's already. So, I hope you draw first. Yep. I told you I'd. Oh, knew it. Oh, I couldn't quite hear that. I don't know if you were close to it.
I was just laughing because I drew a basic. My deck is pretty okay with being Blood Mooned at this point.
Because you have one island.
Yeah, that's all I need. Good shit.
Lame.
Here you go. Thank you.
I saw that 3 man. I was like, oh no, Skelemental. Oh wait. Oh, rude. Hey. Do you need a 7th land?
Yes.
What? Why'd you shock it? What are you doing?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
You have to bounce it.
I wanted to bounce something anyway.
Bounce draw. I'm just gonna cast this thing.
Okay, so now we do the thing. And that on top, and then we fetch it all away. Then I pass my turn.
Things I want to do. Oh, that was right there. Problem. Oh, right. 'Cause I can't
Yeah, you can't respond.
respond. Frightfully low on life.
We'll manage.
Just pull up the screen.
I think I'll pass.
You wished it.
Okay. I can do this all day.
Nice, good. That's what I was actually hoping. Best actress I hoped for. I could have cast this better, but that's a very safe effect.
That's why he's in there.
Oh yeah.
That's my boy. It's okay. I really don't mind too much.
Oh, I see. Finally got your loop down.
I'm gonna try.
Did you know you were doing that?
Oh shit. I didn't think about that. I didn't think about that at all.
I didn't think you knew you were doing that.
That's okay.
Just like handed me the game. There, gotcha.
Oh, let's see here. Tells you I had 1 mana counter. Yeah, 2 of them. 2 mana cost is the most common in all of Modern.
I dig it. But there's like enough of a variety that I can win sometimes.
Whenever you get them, two
Charles.
shots and then
They don't see the Thunder Cannon. I mean, I have like Thunder Cannon with those pictures. All this,
All them things.
depends on what I have. Sometimes it really sweet. Can I draw you?
Oh, my bad.
Put it on the bottom. Oh man, I can't draw with that. Life sucks.
The pains of the Blood Moon.
Jace is ready to live.
Yeah, he is.
It's not good. Poor Jace.
Another Fankin. Get the fuck out of here, dude.
Oh, that's a good carry. If I draw the right 2 cards,
Do you, I told your grandma you might want to watch live action DVD.
Oh, wow.
boy, does that suck. If I draw the right 2 cards,
it smells great.
here. Under here.
Way worse than the one I got right here.
Blood Moon.
Ooh, that's cold and it feels really
Stop
nice.
it. Yeah. Draw a card, then discard a card. 3 red.
Hey.
Bottom.
Morning.
Obi.
Is literally put it on
Oh wait, is this thing at 12?
Yeah, 13.
12.
I'm joking, it's fine.
Oh, he's at 12. I'm 1 land shy. So, 1 land shy.
How can you complain about your land situation?
1 land shy.
Oh, yeah. Can't do that.
Just sack like 3 lands. Alright.
Carry out there with me.
What's up?
Brush hair when you have sex. I brushed my hair before I went into the shower, so it shouldn't be bad.
I
can
know
tell
it
some
was
of
in
the
my
pink
hand,
came
and I
off
know
in the
I
water.
cannot kill you.
Your ears are pooping in.
Actually, it's not that bad. Very little came off this time.
Yeah, it's
Since it was
'cause
the
we
first-
washed it yesterday.
Good game.
Since the first time we did it, all of it came out immediately.
I
really quick.
I
after
had a
the
spark
first week.
harvest.
Look how
It was
easy
my
that
last
was.
draw.
See,
That
Oh.
was the last part I did was a spark
Good
harvest.
job.
You had to.
That's what I meant.
All right.
It's
Yep.
good.
Second
Thunder
layer of
Kid.
aloe vera. This is aloe vera.
Thunder Kid wouldn't die until after it was the very end.
No, same. This is
Hell of a game, man.
no. This is
What was it? Alright.
2 hand sanitizers
Defend
and
my
1
honor.
aloe vera. Because of these, I do the same thing. Because this is the only thing that works. So cold things, cold things are kind of nice as well. Cold things
Yep.
are rather good. Aloe vera is actually not bad. Ooh, that's good.
There's nothing I can do against you. This
Oh, Morgan. So you know how I said I spilled that hot bowl ramen that bowl time and gave it very ungrateful instead of pouring noodles something else? Yeah.
You got it.
come in and counter. There.
No.
Yeah, it's better. No.
Let it drop on the floor and let it break the last bowl. Is it good habit? Oh, I'd rather not get my hand burnt. No, I think too far Look, my whole hand was red and it wouldn't stop burning for a week straight. Everything burned and hurt every single day.
Amanda's such a
I didn't complain about it because if I did, you know what? Nothing's gonna turn off.
be like that. Be like that. Oh,
No, sir.
child, something. Boy, you exiled the fairy. I think I did. That astronaut saved the fairy.
Did he?
Think so?
You need to get out of here. Yeah.
Think so?
Hey, go back in the room.
Not yet. Not yet. Just stick around for a minute.
Sure.
Hoping.
This one's probably the worst.
Ew.
This one's starting to calm down.
You're
No,
alive.
this one's I'm just gonna leave a drop of aloe vera
Why
on that.
nobody's attacking the fairy? Why would nobody attack the fairy? That makes sense. He's at 5. That's hard to kill.
I very need a helix.
Bye, fairy.
Rude.
That's rude, right?
Very.
Yeah, I see you. Well,
I got
Helix.
a on board and a Skelly in the yard.
about that.
A lot.
Good job, Kyle. I can't really give you thumbs up. If I do, then
I
I'll
can skip down. Yeah, one life. You saw my hand. Like that.
Yeah, you would. Good games, my dude.
She smells the
Yeah, right? That was a lot of fun, man. It's
Yeah.
always a pleasure.
Yeah, same, buddy. After I...
What they say about the skellies in
Nobody said anything. I only had one person on at this point. I've been going for like 4.5 hours. We dropped off after the
Alright.
doctor left.
Yeah, well, that was probably really important.
It was a good one. It was really good. So, all right, yeah,
well,
man.
Take your break, and I'll probably stay up a bit. But then I have work tomorrow, of course.
All right, I'll hit you up sometime tomorrow after I do some tweaks.
Yeah, that'll probably be about the right time.